Yep. That's right. That's right. There it is. Another day. I see all of you clicked the town portal in your bag to teleport to the guild hall. So thank you for that. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the guild. This time not welcome back to the VOD, because I can't say welcome back to the VOD considering I don't post the VODs apparently anymore because I forgore. But I've been remedying that. The Electronic Blair Arts official VODs channel is being repopulated with the 2025 VODs. So I'm gonna make that mistake better. But good morning, guys. Thank you for the lurk, Azura. Thank you, Thorgan, for the lurk. I appreciate it, guys. Remember, leaving the tab open with the stream running and muting the tab is the best way to support your second favorite D&D artist when you don't want to watch the stream. Anyway, I appreciate it. So, good morning, Penguin. What's up, dude? What's up, Guapo? Good morning, Atari. How you doing, Bailung? Good evening, Bailung. Or should I say Guten Abend? There you go. Make you feel a little warm and at home. How you doing, man? Deja, hope you're doing okay. I know a lot of people are very cold down in the south of the U.S. And Maggie, good morning to you. That's a hilarious emote. I love everything about your brand, Maggie. I just love everything about it. I don't know what else to say. It's fantastic. So everything down from your emotes all the way down to the art you make, it is lovely. Who's your first? Your first what? First what, Guapo? First TBK? First party? I don't know, man. But yes, got a lot of work done last night. Been doing a lot of work this week, and I've been feeling good about it, you know? Did some lore writing. First D&D artist. Oh, your first favorite one. Well, I don't know. Yeah, what do you mean? You tell me who your first favorite D&D artist. I'm not even Ella's first favorite D&D artist. I'm like her third. Her first three are just all Brandon Sanderson. He doesn't even draw. I'm like 14th on the list, man. Dude, Dashto, you know Dashto says he loves my art. He's never actually commissioned me. He's never actually asked me to draw a D&D character for him. Never. I did once and he was like, yeah, all right. I don't know if I'm anybody's first favorite D&D artist, except maybe Thorkin, because he's very nice. But no, man. Got a lot of work done yesterday. Got a lot of done work this. Okay, why is my camera focusing weird again? I gotta change it. Every day I forget to do this. I don't know what happened, man. It's like my camera just all of a sudden decides that I need to turn autofocus off. You know what? This is a sign. I think I need to become a VTuber. Focus off. There we go. I think I need to become a VTuber. I think that's the play. That's right. That's the play. That's what I gotta do. I don't know what kind of VTuber I'll be, though. Maybe I'll be like a hot booba cat girl, or like a generically handsome astral sage man. I could do that. But either way, then I never have to worry about focusing issues on my camera ever again. I just slap a iPhone up there and say what's up. Which apparently all the VTubers use iPhones. They don't use cameras. Ashley explained to me one time that something about that. I don't really know. Evangeline takes over the channel I'm in. Do I give Project Evangeline my Twitch channel? Better ideas have been had, Bizzo. Better ideas have been had, but also worse ideas have been proposed. So maybe you're right. Maybe I should just give Project Evangeline my Twitch channel, and whatever comes about that is, well, it's not my fault. Okay, I can't be blamed for it. If I start fading into mediocrity while Project Evangeline becomes the one true D&D streamstress, then I guess I'm gonna have to take a back seat. What's up, Savar? Good morning to you, my friend. What do you mean become? You are a VTuber. Oh. Look. Everyone thinks that Code Miko is the most advanced VTuber in the world. Some people could debate that it's now Neurosama. What if Code Miko and Neurosama merged? It'd be unstoppable. But literally, the most advanced VTuber in the world, people don't know, is actually me. That's right. I am not a man from Canada. I am a 22-year-old Japanese girl in her basement in Kyoto, VTubing as the most obvious and clear way of describing oneself as a D&D RPG fan artist, which is a man in his 30s from Canada with a weight issue. So obviously my secret's out. Penguin already knew though. So what's up, Aya? What's going on, dude? Good to see you. All right, today we got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of things to do. It's gonna be a very important lore-filled, lore-centric day with a very important piece of art that I'm wondering if I can be ambitious about and finish the line work on today so that I can do a bit of a painting tutorial. That's right. I want to do a bit of a painting tutorial. I've thought about this. Yesterday, you guys convinced me to start doing tutorials in short form. I think that's a great idea. So I'm going to start that probably next week. I'm going to start doing instead of doing long, like giant process video tutorials, I'm going to start doing sort of smaller, bite-sized, easy to manage, easy to jump in on little tutorials about style, about things, little tricks for Photoshop things. I'm going to try and find something if I can, occasionally here and there with some of my pieces, to either do a tutorial on. I'm going to tackle two subjects first. The first subject is stylistic choices. I'm going to tackle the subject of trying to develop your own sort of like fantasy classical RPG style. That's going to be one. The second is I think that I'm going to start doing a bit of an art talk. Every once in a while we have these conversations on stream about sort of progressing as an artist and what it looks like to sort of engage in that kind of progress-minded push as an artist, I suppose. And I think there's some insights that we glean from stream that I can kind of like encapsulate and push to a video, which would be kind of useful, because there's something really nice about the, if you guys are familiar with Adam Duff, he's like known as the internet art dad. He has these big, great talks about, processing your own kind of artistic vision and how to deal with the hiccups and roadblocks and the kind of the emotional, mental health side of art sometimes. And it's very good. It's very informative. His videos are a little long though, sometimes for people. And I think that there's some ideas that we have on stream that every once in a while I could condense down to like a 1 or 2 minute video when I have a process piece in the background that I think would be kind of fun to try. But that's more going to be a passion project than like an actual like massive kind of thing that I do on TikTok or whatever. So I'm going to try that next week. I'm going to try doing covering a couple topics we talked about easy to reference things that can kind of be searched up or whatever as problems in your process, and how to fix it, I guess. How to fix it, as well as yesterday's conversation got me thinking about making a series of sort of tutorial videos on how to learn and not what to learn, because I think that that's one of the big problems with a lot of art, media discussion, YouTube, whatever, is there's a whole lot of discussions on how to progress, or sorry, what to do to progress. There we go. And how to a certain point. But you hear someone say, do your studies. And you're like, I don't know what that looks like. And so I kind of want to make also a little video series on how to actually go through the process of studying things, of learning, of improving. You know, it really did blow my mind when I asked you guys yesterday how many thumbnails on average the average artist on the internet does before you like settle on a composition and actually proceed with the illustration. And crazily enough, the answer for a lot of people was fucking 0. What? What do you mean 0? What do you mean? Dads are known to be long-winded. True. Sounds awesome. You think so? Yeah, hopefully. I hope people like them. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and do some stuff that might help some people out. So, yes, I want to avoid art talk just as badly as I want to avoid book talk, Penguin. Book talk is, man, it is desperate over there. The book talk is full of, man, the amount of people that openly talk about their love of ACOTAR, it's like carrying a body pillow around a convention, I swear to God. Have we lost all sense of societal modesty? It's like bragging about your Project Melody subscription, I guess. Decent Company is I don't know. Well, anyway, yeah, I'm excited about making those videos. I'm gonna try my first one out on the weekend, see how it goes, but I really want to finish this piece this week if I can, because I really want the Astral Sage class to be playable next week for people. And I kind of want to do a little one-shot thing, arena battle dungeon style thing with a couple of people at level 10 if I can. And it's a good place to decide.
Mexicanus.
What's up, Adaria? Holy shit, thank you for the 49 months. What's the meta today? Synonymous Mexicanus. All right, let's see. That would be the Mexican prairie dog. Oh, that's a good entry for today. Slightly more chonky than the average Coloradoan prairie dog. I like it. Yeah, that's a fucking hut. Holy shit. Yo, if you like go into this prairie dog's hole, you're actually met by 2 Gamorreans and a Twi'lek that says "De Wanawanga." Shut up. 9-1. Great prairie dog. That's a chonker. 9-1. Strong start today. Thanks for the meta, Duria. Probably has a crumb. He does. He does literally probably have a crumb sitting on his shoulder, cackling at his dumb jokes. Yeah, so I kind of want to do a bit of a beta test for the Astral Sage that is focused around combat. Just a basic combat test. And I also kind of want to do a creative dungeon test and like basically throw a group of 4 to 5 Astral Sages at a problem that is a multi-room dungeon and just see how the players intuitively solve the problems. I think that's a necessary test I have to do. So I kind of want to do that around level 10 because I think that's kind of like when you're entering the end game, in my opinion. I know a lot of people don't consider end game D&D until 15 to 20th level, but realistically in our modern world, I have this strong intuition that a lot of players don't get that far. And so I think that if you are hitting level 10, that's when you sort of need to start feeling those end game vibes creeping in on the player experience. So we'll see how that works. I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be good. But I want the Sage to regardless be playable. Ooh, let me get my recording screen up here. I want it to be playable. People need to finally have access to the Sages. I've been debating and dangling the idea of an Astral Sage in front of our guild Discord for like a year now, so they need to actually be playable. That's going to be an important feature for me. All right, let me pop her here. So I'm going to finish this little sketchy sketch off here real quick, and then we're going to get into it. And I might actually do some mechanics discussion today. We might do some little writing, but I'm very motivated. I'm very keen today. I don't know why. I've got a lot of forward-facing momentum for my projects right now. I'm not an undeserved sense of motivation, I guess, which is probably fine. It's probably fine to have that once in a while. Fifth edition is a system as a system breaks down almost completely after 13, so 10 is basically endgame. Yeah, I mean, like, I actually, that's funny you mentioned that. I did talk to somebody about D&D who played Baldur's Gate first a little while ago. And they were a like video game RPG veteran. And I'm gonna hit record so I don't forget. Yeah, they're a video game RPG veteran. And the discussion was started with me saying, hey, so did you notice that your players were more creative after playing Baldur's Gate? And she said, oh, I don't run a game. I just started playing D&D because of Baldur's Gate. And I said, oh, damn, really? So, you know, did you want to try different things? Like, were you excited to get to like levels higher than 10 in D&D? And she said, what do you mean? And I said, well, you know, in Baldur's Gate, the level cap is 10, but obviously in Dungeons and Dragons, the level cap is 20. And she said, I didn't know that you could go above 10th level in D&D. Oh dear. Oh no. Ah, shit. Oh no, Baldur's Gate's ruining. It's ruining the D&D experience, people. They think that it ends at 10. Oh god, what do we do? But it really does, let's face it. Does anybody actually play their D&D campaign past 10th level? Certainly I don't. So, no, I mean, like, to be fair, I feel like end game levels for the most part are most fun when they're well earned, and that you are sort of progressing through the game system at a, you know, decent pace. But it's as you increase in power, you sort of have your story to tell about that power. But I'm kind of coming around to thinking maybe it'd be fun to start a game at a little bit higher level, simply because I haven't run D&D for a group of players above level 7 in years. It's been years since I've run a game past level 7 for people. So I think it might be kind of fun to do a game that starts a little bit further on into the, you know, into the game, into the narrative, into the story. That might be a worthwhile investment. God knows I would enjoy it. For once, actually. What's up, Ashura? I run 5e after 10th level, but not the way that people would expect. What's your variation on it? How do you change it? I had a 1 to 20 was so long, you have to really love the table. You do. I mean, especially levels slow down quite a bit. If I know we have a certain time period, if I know that we're playing for like a year, and we're going, and everybody wants to get to 1 to 20, then it kind of changes the pace, right? But if I don't know that, if we're just sort of chillaxing and going at whatever pace we're going at, then it tends to take a long time to really progress and level up. But I think it might be fun to level up at the very least once every 4 sessions. Once every 4 sessions, which at low levels you think, ooh, that's really? It's gonna take me 2 months to hit level 3? Like, really? No, obviously it, you know, early levels will come very quickly sometimes, depending on how the players progress, and your later levels will hopefully come at the very least once every 4 sessions. But then again, you get games like Critical Role where they level up once every like year, it seems like. That I think sets the norm for a lot of people and what they expect of the game. Ooh, man. What is with this cough today still? I got over COVID like 2 weeks ago. I tested positive for the last time 2 weeks ago, man. And I still got a bit of a cough. I'm still like nervously reaching for my mute button more often than I'd like to, so. God damn it. 12th level was as high as I ever got. We just got bored with our characters and wanted something different. That's totally valid. And that's why I think maybe the unorthodox way of rushing through your last levels could be more exciting, right? Because really, yeah, I mean, how long does it take to really get that kind of EXP? I would think that if I'm gonna do my like long-term, like whatever big boy West Marches campaign that I'm gonna do with Ella and whoever of our friend group and stuff wants to play, I'm seriously thinking that it'll be like a 3-year game to get to 20. But even then, you know, that's still like what, sometimes 5 weeks between levels. I don't know, is that too long for you guys? I run the 1 to 10 as a campaign with story, and 11 to 20 as post game with buildings, kingdoms, running businesses. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I love that. You know, because it's a different kind of game, right? It's one of the things, Ashura, that I actually dislike about a lot of modern D&D is that things like in my game, there's no extra dimensional space that's easily accessible to players. So no bags of holding, things like that. You need to carry your coin or whatever, do whatever with it. But I like D&D to have that element of another progression path, so you can progress through different things as a character. But once you take those progression paths to their end game, you've built your cart, you've like assembled your hirelings, you've done whatever, you've like built a little like adventure empire or whatever it is, whatever theme the game is. At a certain point, I definitely do feel like transitioning to the more like manager kind of kingdom builder role is great. So I love that idea, actually. Yeah. Done a level a week campaign before. It was fun to go super fast paced. A level a week. Well, that's still, if you're going for 20 levels, that's not bad. I mean, that's like what? What, like half a year, maybe a little bit more if you take some breaks? It's not bad, to be honest. Yeah, you're taking breaks every here and there. You'd rock it through. You'd feel like you're on pace for the first probably 2 months of the game. But then after the second month, which as you're now level 8 in theory, maybe level 7 if you missed a week, I feel like a level week would then feel like you're kind of cruising, right? you're really cruising. Yeah, that'd be fun to try, actually. That would be really fun to try. But the problem that I have with that is that a lot of times players will spend a lot of weeks here and there in my longer term games, not doing things that would merit them collecting a new level. You know, a lot of town RP or whatever. Kind of me to stick my head in the snow until I suffocate somewhere around the 8th month mark. Then Atari 2 will show up. Ah, yes. Yeah, Atari 2. Same character sheet or whatever. Yeah. That's the classic traditional way of playing it. So I totally understand. Makes sense. Pookie, what's up? Event Chat, I need event. Yes, I completed a big party piece for one of my D&D groups we were supposed to play today, but the same 2 people always struggle showing up and couldn't make it. Is this a struggle with their life situation? They live at home. Mom's a bit of a control freak. You know, dad's a bit of a stickler. Or are these like fully functioning adults that live on their own and have basically no excuse for showing up to D&D? Because I have a very toxic opinion about this, Pookie, and I'm gonna get toxic about it. My toxic opinion is that people will always make time for things that are important. If anyone ever tells you that they can't make time for something, which I tell people all the time I can't make time for something, what they're really saying, and in essence what I'm really saying a lot of times, is it's not a priority. It's not that important to me. In which case, if you want to have your important D&D game that you have fun with every single week, you deserve to play with people that want to be there just as much as you do. And I say kick those ungrateful wretches from your D&D group. Still love them because they're your friends, you know. But god damn it, not all friends are supposed to play D&D together. I certainly would never play World of Warcraft Mythic Plus Dungeon Adventure game mode World of Warcraft with some of my World of Warcraft playing friends, because they suck at the game, but I sure do love them. And then I also wouldn't ever play Final Fantasy XIV with Ashelin of Heart, because she's far too intense for me. And that's just the way it is. Sometimes you have friends that you can play certain games with, so sorry that sucks though regardless. Here's a different campaign I'm running in the same setting post first campaign. Then big major city epic levels threats show up. It's time for the current party to find the previous heroes. Ooh, that's cool. I love those callbacks. Ours is a little over 2 years. It was good, but I wouldn't do it again unless I knew I enjoyed it. Oh shit, well, okay. I was going to invite you to a 2-year-long campaign set on Saturday mornings, but I guess fuck that shit, Guapo. God damn. All right, my bad. Cancel those plans. Also, a level every 5 weeks sounds reasonable. I'd personally prefer leveling faster at levels 1 to 3 though. Yeah, you don't like early game D&D? You don't like the vibes of sitting around a campfire trying to like figure out if you have enough rations to last you through the adventure to get to the next town? You don't like survival D&D, or does your DM just not make it fun? That's always my question. Thanks a lot, Penguin. I appreciate it, bro. Penguin, if you didn't know, if you guys didn't know, whenever Penguin types exclamation lurk, it means that he's going off to engage in heinous amounts of sports betting on hockey. That's right. He spends his entire income on betting on whether or not Alex Ovechkin will get a triple hat trick on night that Wayne Gretzky isn't there. So thanks for lurk, Penguin. I wonder, do you think anybody ever believes when I make up heinous stories about people in chat? I hope nobody actually is just like, oh my god, that guy has a problem. Wow. You're fighting like an army accession. Oh, okay, if that's the vibe, then that's totally fine. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. They're fully functional adults. Well, then apparently, I'm sorry, Pookie, your D&D game is not a priority, and it's fine if it's not a priority. But then it means that you have to change things to either change the game so it's not a priority for you guys either, and you can kind of like make it more of an activity you're playing here and there casually when everybody feels like being around. But I would say if you want to take your D&D game very seriously, kick those ungrateful demons from your table and say, I love you, Boogie, but you're not playing D&D at our table anymore. Get the fuck out of here. It's up to you, though. I might be a bit harsh on it. Love the campaign. The DM is great at storytelling, but not as setting boundaries, so putting his foot down about attendance. Well, the thing is, though, Pookie, I kind of empathize a little bit with the DM. I am not the kind of person that will put my foot down about and set boundaries about attendance for D&D either. And I'll tell you why. Because that conflict is often just not worth it. Though, what I try and do, recognizing that I'm not really willing to like go to bat for my D&D group's like kind of scheduling, is what I'll do to kind of make up for it is I will just disengage with players that I feel like are not really taking it the same way that I want to. And I think that's maybe that's what I've learned to be the better way of doing it. But obviously every DM's kind of different, every friend group is different. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing Westmarch's game, because I've had so many players over the last couple of years say they want to play D&D, and then life gets busy for them, and then they don't want to play D&D anymore. The only person that I've had in my D&D game that is reliable and wanted to be at every single game for the last couple of years since I started running a D&D game, or again, for Eldara anyway, is Ella. She's the only person who has been there and says, rain or shine, doesn't matter what's going on, I will make time for Dungeons & Dragons. Now, it does help, obviously, because we're married, so often if I'm busy, she's busy too. If she's busy, I'm busy too. However, life, no matter how tragic, annoying, busy, whatever for Ella, she has never, ever said that she can't come to D&D or didn't want to play D&D because of whatever reason. But like, you know, I've had friends that I've played D&D with for a long time say, hey, I've got a new job, and I'm like, I gotta focus on that for a while. And it's like totally fine, totally reasonable, but I want to build my D&D game in a way that can handle people saying that and still have a place at the table for them later. So you could also think about doing an entirely different style of game, Pookie, like a Westmarch's game that I'm doing or going to be doing soon, whereby you have a persistent story and people can basically sign up and commit to a couple week adventures at a time, and they don't have to feel like they're like erasing their plans on Thursday nights or whatever day you play for the next 3 years. It's just like, hey, do I want to play D&D for the next month? Sure. And then do I want to take 3 months off because I got, you know, a hot new boyfriend from Miami, and I got to go down there and get on his boat and do hot boyfriend in Miami things. I don't know what hot boys do in Miami, but I'm assuming it's worth taking time off D&D. And then you do that, and you don't have to worry about your other group not being able to play because everyone's doing Westmarch's style game, and the game will continue and march on regardless of if you're attending or not. So the priorities get in the way. I think it's a good thing to do some sort of verbal validation. I know I missed this, but I want you guys to know I'm trying. It's just difficult because XYZ right now. Yeah, totally. There's lots of ways to fix the issues of sort of scheduling problems in D&D. I think it's just a lot of groups just languish and not doing any of them. So that's a good point, Guapo. That's another perspective on it. You take commissions, and if so, what's the process to request one? I forgot. Deja, yeah, I do take commissions. I have quite a few requests right now that I'll be working on the next couple of weeks that I'm very excited about doing on stream. The best way to get in contact with me is Discord. Discord's the best. I do check my email occasionally for actual requests and not just people asking me to do free art for them for their D&D game. On Twitch, that doesn't occasionally get real requests. So if Discord's not your jam, I do respond to my emails. I check them about twice a week. And otherwise, I don't know. Discord or email is really the best, I think. I occasionally talk to people through Instagram DMs. I don't think anyone's messaged me on Twitter for a commission in like a year. But yeah, you could also just let me know in Twitch chat where you want to, where if you do want to, you know, chat with me about it, where you want to, and I'll be sure to make that a priority for me. So he played fantasy league football thing. No. Well, fair enough, Nix. Like, oh, you can't make it. I guess your character is sick in bed. They can catch up later. Well, that's kind of what we did with my friend Yavuz in this is really kind of culturally insensitive now that I think about it. But listen, we were in high school and it was his idea. So he's I don't know, maybe I shouldn't even explain the full breadth of the joke. But basically, he was preoccupied with something common in his culture. Whatever. Every time he couldn't make it to D&D, so we'd always have this story of his character. We're like, oh, he's off doing this thing. Okay, cool. It wasn't anything real bad. It's just, I don't know, the world's a different place. People might not think it's funny. Probably isn't funny. It's just, it was funny to young high school kids. You know what hot boys do with boats in Miami do, Evan? What do hot boys with boats in Miami do? You tell me, Guapo. I'm not the expert. Recently passed on a DM for a commission. You did, sure. Yeah, we got a I think I'm not sure where we were on that, but I'm gonna be doing a round of responses to all my DMs today after stream. So I'm excited about the idea you proposed. It sounds pretty dope. Meowing gamers, how is every Nyan? Well, that's the code phrase, Ashy. As soon as I read that message out, Twitch officially ends. It's over. They're shutting down the site now. So, thank you, Ashy. You unlocked the code word. It's like you know those challenges some YouTubers and streamers do where they're like, I have a word, and the first person to say the word. When the first person says, like, when anyone says the word for the first time, then that's when I end stream. I actually had a phrase in mind, Ashley, that was when I'd stop streaming forever and take down Twitch's entire service, and that was it. So, congratulations, you have ruined it for every Nyan. What's up, Ashley? Is that Monster Hunter Palico joke? It probably is. They get drunk, crash, and then the Coast Guard has to go save them. Oh, okay, well, I can do that too. You tempted me to test this age gate thing. Oh, okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Let's chill. Let's just chill. Let's calm down. Whoa, hold up. Yeah, you don't need to test anything, Guapo. It's fine. We need to test pricing thing. Yeah, I think I have a pretty good idea of what you want, but I think there's also I need to figure out what specific details you're looking for, because I want to figure out the breadth and scope of the piece, if I'm remembering correctly what you asked for. I've had a couple of people ask for landscapes recently, so I gotta like sort out the detail in my brain as to which thing was for which. But it sounds like you wanted something pretty in-depth if it was multiple sort of like city locations, so we deserve it. Delete Twitch. We kind of do, actually, at this point. Actually, if Twitch gets canceled, if Jeff Bezos has to go to Congress one more time over Twitch bullshit, and then he's just like gets home back to Amazon, he's just like, I'm shutting this shit down, guys. And they're like, okay. And nobody buys Twitch, and Twitch just has an end of service announcement at the end of the week one day. Where are we gonna go? Are we gonna go to YouTube, or are we gonna go to Kick? Because I think you and me should go to Kick. I think we should do it. And I think we should start streaming in an obscure category there. And make it like the Twitch refugee hotspot. We'll do like Binding of Isaac or some irrelevant game that nobody plays anymore. It'll be fucking dope. We'll get exactly and precisely what we deserve as former Twitch refugees. Yep. Or we make the Twitch D&D category, or the Kick D&D category the new place. For all things and discussions RPGs. I refuse to go into the Pokemon category because I don't want the kind of interactions that you get in the Pokemon category. I'm not sure if you want the kind of interactions you get in the Pokemon category either, but here we are, so. This is the life we live. All right. Next priority, trinkets, bullshit, bags, nonsense, crap, sage things, scroll tubes, tomes, bags. What else can I just fit? Maybe I just start stacking stuff on here. I mean, that could be the vibe. I just start stacking shit. Yeah, screw it, I guess. You've already drawn details. It's like the one thing I really dislike about my process is that I do need to sort of like delete a lot of stuff that I've done to overlay a new detail. But I don't know what details I want until I'm kind of like in the middle of constructing them. It's one of those things that makes it take longer than maybe I'd like it to, or longer than it like maybe should. But I can't really change it, and I've thought about that. How to like increase, because like I can't. I'm at a bit of a road where I need to figure out what to do this year with my like projects and commissions. I either need to start charging a good amount more, or I need to figure out how to work a lot faster. Like, just kind of can't keep spending the kind of hours that I spend on pieces for the current sort of like results and rates and stuff. And I think that I want to try and maybe do both a little bit to make both things like a little bit more manageable. But yeah, definitely I need to figure out how to work faster. And process wise, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass. But, you know, these are important artist things. Not all the time do you just progress as an artist in your, you know, ability. Sometimes you focus on speed. And I think that's a really mature thing to do once in a while as an artist, is to like say, I'm going to try and develop a skill that is not necessarily me getting better or getting more correct or more proficient, but the skill of me getting faster or being more consistent or something like that. Or me going through a part of my process a lot easier. That's like a really good self-aware thing I think that I see like really high-end artists do once in a while, because they don't necessarily have this insecurity of being not good enough. It's like every artist that struggles with that is always so worried about getting better so that they can become enough. But sometimes you have to kind of put that struggle to the side and say, it's time to start worrying about this thing or that thing for a little while, and then I'll kind of return to trying to improve at the measurable things later. That's kind of important. Sedex, thank you for the 50 bits. Is that why alerts aren't working? Because, okay. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. What is this? What does this girl need, Ashura? What else do we need here? A gun? Okay, chill. And Mel, thank you for the 100 bits. Wait. Are my alerts just not working? What the fuck? Okay, it does this once in a while, I guess. For like, I'm not super nervous because sometimes it just does. It just because my alerts are working today because Aduria TTS'd on the resub, right? And then it's not okay. You know what? Sometimes, every once in a while, this happens where it just doesn't work for like a half hour. Hopefully it figures its shit out. I'm sorry you got scammed out of 200 bits for TTS, Mel. I'm really sorry. But hello. Honor to have you here, Mel. What's up? Good to see you, bro. No, don't just keep trying to brute force it. It's not working. What if I try and hit the alert specifically and hit replay? Nope, that doesn't work either. It just doesn't. My alert box is running. It's up. It's in the center screen where it always is. I don't understand. Tell Stream Elements to leave and come back. Is that thing you can do? I have no idea how to do that, Nix. Let me just check Stream Elements really quick to see if they have a thing about them being down or whatever. I'm just curious, and I feel bad about Mel throwing TTS at me without it. I don't see anything saying that it doesn't work. So I have no idea what the problem is. Did you do it from the website? Oh, okay, maybe I gotta figure out how to do that then. Yeah, I don't know what's up, Mel. I'm so sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Oh well, we'll let it chill and see if it's still a problem. Like I said, it's done this before and it's fixed itself on its own. But I am sorry, Mel. That's really disappointing. Could you create multiple images with one trinket and one without, so you have two? Well, I don't really want I don't really want to have one with like less details. I definitely could, but not like to the finished stage. The issue is just that I do the details and then I have to erase them and work over them to then add in like some of the details around, especially around belts and, you know, little trinkety bullshit things that characters have. It's like kind of a bit of it's a bit of a nuisance, but it is one of those process things that I don't know how to avoid, because you kind of like don't have a very like full idea of what a piece is going to look like until you're kind of like in the process of doing it. And like I always have a vague idea of what I'm doing, but I'm never like fully visualizing a piece before I work on it. It's more like going off of feeling and going off of like a vibe and an emotion for what I want the piece to look like, and then trying to just like capture things and place things. To me, it's very much the same sort of process I go through as like if I'm like sculpting or like building something in Minecraft or whatever. You know, it's like this feeling of just trying to explore a vibe and creating elements that kind of fit into that vibe. So it's very difficult to like say what every detail and what every little thing's going to look like at the beginning, because you kind of don't know until every time you add something, you contextualize another detail with that addition, I find. So it's got to take the process slowly sometimes. Thought I heard you say my name. I was like, oh shit, I'm sorry, Zara. Tell Stream Else to leave come back to the website. What else could I do? What else could I do? I guess I'll just leave it and get Ella to cheer some bits in an hour and see if it... Or maybe if Blaze pops in a stream at some point in time, I can ask him, because Blaze is an editor in my stream elements. So I could ask him if he pops in a stream today to go take a quick look at it, if he wouldn't mind. Someone remind me if Blaze enters the chat and I didn't notice. Or I don't notice, I guess. But he's here. Oh, hi Blaze. Blaze, do you have any insight as to why stream elements just would not be playing alerts for me randomly? Yeah, thanks, Nix. Do you have any insight on it? If that, like, because you know a lot more about stream elements than I do. It just randomly wasn't playing alerts for bit TTS, but it did. It did earlier when Adaria resubbed. It played the alert and the TTS, but Mel just threw 300 bits at me, and stream elements didn't even didn't. So stop it, Mel. Stop throwing bits. It's just going into the ether. All it's doing is supporting me. Think of how much you're wasting bits on just supporting me without actually getting your TTS. Thank you, Mel. I appreciate it. And thank you, Blaze. I appreciate that as well. But only if you have time. I know you're at work right now, so I don't want you to be taking time away from important things, like not getting in trouble anymore for not doing shit. There is the Belt Police. The character contains a criminally low amount of belts. Listen. I do not overbelt my characters. I do not over bandolier them. I do not overstrap them. I do not overcord them. The amount of belts I apply to any given character design cow is precisely and specifically the correct amount of belts to apply to a character. I am a master of it, and I will accept no criticisms on my choice of quantity for belts. All right. I am determined in my ways. I am well educated on all matter of belt in fantasy art. And you can't stop me. I'll continue to add belts to characters. Unnecessary, unwanted, and undeserved amounts of belts to every single character I draw. With impunity. and without exception, every single character will have pouches, belts, holsters, and the like that have literally zero function if you really dive into it. So let's be real about it. Belt, chill, Jesus Christ. Well, that's 1,000 bits. Stop. It's not just a matter of throwing more bits to get it to work. You fucking troll. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you know which overlay web source you're using? Is it the imported alert box? The alerts. It is the imported one. The imported one is the one that I'm using. Yeah, that's the one. Because I thought I was using the alert box, but I was actually still using the imported alerts. That's why I was so like ashamed of myself the other day, because I thought that it was the regular alert box, but it wasn't. So it was literally working, Blaze, a half an hour ago. Is the thing. Is literally working a half hour ago when Aduria resubbed. So that's why I'm so confused. But damn it, Mel. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Chill. Jesus. Jesus, dude. That's too many bits, man. Come on. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I'm going to try dagger on her as well. We're going to try dagger placement. Dagger. Even though I also might give her a sword, I think I want to, in some ways, explore the vibe of Astral Sages, having, like, normalized Astral Sage. I want to normalize Astral Sages carrying weapons. Holy shit. There we go. Because I think that I like the vibe. I like the idea of there being sort of like encounters and reasons and things that occur in your, day-to-day sagecraft that would merit knifing something. Everybody's got their wizards out there. And they're like, I don't need to knife things, I have Firebolt. Well, it's the KHBR, what is that? Stream Elements dashboard, bot settings, part, join, neat. Wait, what? Is that? Oh, I'll Blaze take care of that. Thank you, Nix. We're testing things with the alerts ones. That makes sense why none of these tests worked. Yeah, I just have to change the source to alert the actual alert box. Let me make a note for doing that at the end of stream today. Let me make a note for that shit. Oh, okay. A red pen? Where the fuck did that come from? Change. I'm writing it down for my stuff to do this weekend, but I'm gonna try and do it tonight. I'm just using this as my like to-do list this week, so change alert box. On stream elements. There we go. Okay. I will change it over to the new one. Blaze. And I'm also going to add in a bunch of different variations because, well, no good reason besides the trollitude of it. And I think it's funny. May or may not play a hooky bit and the end of work today to go to the game store and buy some TTRPG stuff. What are you going to buy, Mel? Because you just bought some dope ass art books. What's inspiring you right now? What has you enchanted at the game store recently? Dual access. Oh, you know what? I'll do the top of the dagger first. It's a bit big, isn't it? Oh, that's fine. I gotta do something super cool and Astral Sage like. For her sword, though, that's similar to like what Rosa Briar was using, because that's a vibe I need to sort of set for Astral Sages in Teleria, I think, is the Rosa Briar vibe a little bit. To go well alongside the Knights, the Sages should have the Gross Messier, the big knives just want to be swords. No, dude, come on. I'm not giving them giant German dueling swords. They need swords, but not that kind of swords. God, relax. Then they become a martial class. Come on. Sits down and sadly drinks tea, or sagely drinks tea. The sagely drinking of tea. Let's see. If a wizard doesn't know how to swing a sword, it's a lame wizard. In fact, if a wizard cannot fistfight a demon with their bare hands, that's a really lame wizard. Your control of magic mustn't be a crutch. You must know how to clap foes with magic and might alike. Damn, true, Victor. There it is. The wisdom. The wisdom. You tried fixing it, didn't work. Well, well, what's up, Soul? What's going on, dude? How you doing, my friend? I guess it's just broken until it fixes itself, which it does usually fix itself at some point in stream. Somebody will follow or cheer a bit or whatever, and then it'll decide that it wants to run my alerts again. But until then, the stream will be alertless. All bits will just be sent off to the void. Unknown by me, the support given. Subs will be secretive and held in strict confidentiality, and follows will not be thanked. There you go. It's a sad day for the Dragon's Claim. I'll still thank follows, but the rest you can get bent. I do feel bad about that, Mel. I'm sorry that Stream Elements just decides that you don't get to TTS today. Even though you cheered a substantial amount of bits. So, mainly Fabula Ultima, as well as doing a new live stream long campaign with that system for Tails. Oh shit! All right. Hell yeah. What made you guys want to choose a new system? That's kind of ambitious, isn't it? Going with a brand new system that no one really knows.
Evan, senpai. Hi, smiled. Damn it, TTS.
Through the blaze. What a legend. There it is.
Okay, let's try this again.
There it is. You replayed everything from earlier?
Senpai.
I don't know. So what we need to know is if a new TTS, if a new cheer is cheered or new alert is played, does it play that alert?
It work.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate it for your efforts in fixing it.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
No, I didn't.
Will this work?
I should have, though. I should have. I didn't turn it off. I turned it on. Oh, it was. Why was it off? What? Stream Elements turned it off. Why did Stream Elements turn it? Wait, what the fuck? Why did Stream Elements turn it off? So hold on. So it just heard Aduria's TTS and said, nah, dude, I'm out. Fuck this shit. Is that what happened? Stream Elements just said, screw you, Aduria. Oh god. Okay, well thanks, man. Thanks for fixing it. I appreciate that. What a legend. Through the blaze. Fixing the stream. One hilariously stupid problem at a time. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, bro. God, I need to do something good for Mod Appreciation Month this year. I really need to do something good for Mod Appreciation Month this year. I don't know what, and I'm kind of nervous. But I need to do something. Let me change this. I need to change this. I need to change it. I need to change it. I need to change it. Ah! Let's see what you use. No. Vertical. I forgot which direction I was going to put this dagger. It's okay. I forgot. It'll be fine. I'll get there in the end. I will arrive one way or another. There we go. Okay. We'll get there. I'm just dumb. It's fine. I can fix my mistakes. I watched Sonic 3 last night and gotta say, is it the year of Sexy Sonic? Please don't tell me it's the year of Sexy Sonic, Ashy. What the fuck? Wait, did you go see Sonic 3 in theaters, or did you just convince Owner to watch it on Discord? What do you mean you saw Sonic 3? Wait, is that new TTS? It is!
Send the mods a voucher for one firm handshake.
Well, here's the thing. Blaze is easy. I mean, thank you, Dory, for 100 bits. Blaze is easy to please, I think, because I can just send him multiple packages of the Realms of Eldara trading cards, and I think he'll be relatively content.
Oh, I was about to test it, Keck.
He didn't need to test it. He just tested it. God damn it. God damn it. Thank you for 100 bits, Blaze. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. No, it works. You fixed it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Remember, if any mod has to test something, it has to be Ella. She's the only one that's allowed to spend bits on testing some shit. But thank you. I appreciate it. There we go. There we go. That looks great. I love this.
Oh, we're testing TTS.
No, we're not
Smile.
testing it. It's stop. Hey, thank you for the hype trade. Hey, there it is. Cool. Every level of hype train we get, I'll add one more belt. That's the new rule for hype trains this year. Every level of hype train that I achieve until I beat Pirate Software's record of hype trains, then I will I'll add one more belt to the character. So there's one right there already. It did digital last night. Oh, I see. Okay. Was it good, Ashy? Because I don't trust anyone else's opinion on this except for you. I'm not going to listen to anyone's opinion on the Sonic movie that isn't yours. So you have complete and full control of whether or not I invest any time into this. You tell me.
Did someone
What's the record?
say
I don't know.
testing?
We're not fucking testing. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Okay, guys, it's me.
Test
Chill.
1, 2,
Chill.
3
It's
slash
been
slash
tested.
test 1,
It-
2,
you
3
don't-
slash I think it's working.
This is it. I'm gonna chew my pen, bro. This is it. It works. Okay, chill. God damn it. God damn it. It fucking works there. Okay. All right. Thank you. You've all performed this round of testing for the TTS. TTS in fact works. I appreciate it. There you go. Okay, we're all chill. We can all just relax now. Thank you. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. You know that Pirate Software isn't the hype train record holder, right? No, but also I will not compete with an AI anime girl, so Neurosama can eat it.
This is
Yep,
what dreams are made of. Is this thing on?
Why didn't it play that alert? I saw the alert, but it didn't play the alert. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Thank you, Mel, Nix, and Maggie for the bits, though. You heard it, though? I didn't hear it. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You guys heard it though? That's okay. It's gotta be a computer issue then. That's not a problem. That's probably fine. It's probably just a weird thing. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. Her TSS did not hear alert. What the fuck? I'm so confused. I'm so fucking confused. Okay, whatever. I'm sure it's fine. Neurosum's defense, Vito, the creator of the AI, is present in the stream and all that jazz. Oh yeah, I'm not actually mad about Neurosum being AI. I just think that Neurosum is hilarious. The way I degrade Neurosama as just an AI is the way I would degrade Aya as just being a JPEG. So it's nothing but love. I think Vito's pretty fucking cool. I'm not actually mad about it. I realize I'd probably make that clear. What's up, Bye Govy? What's good? The legendary Bob Ross emote. I'm honored. You did hear on your end though. All right, Azura, thank you for chilling. I appreciate it. I'll be sure to get back to you today about what we were chatting about. I'm very interested in starting this project if it works out for us. You're a legend. Always appreciate you. In fact, I would love to figure out some sort of a Neurosama style thing for Project Evangeline. If I could turn Project Evangeline to an AI, that would be fucking amazing. If I could make it like a shit-talking AI while I'm drawing, dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine how good that would be? Because unfortunately, I can fully imagine how good that would be. And it would be sick. What do I want to do here with the dagger? Let's just do a wrap. Something like that. Keep it simple. You can set up the VTuber model to be a mascot and then say text-to-speech redeems of chat. Well, the thing is, I want the model to just like also shit talk, if I can, to respond to chat and just like talk some shit. Not just TTS, because the thing is, no one's gonna TTS over on that channel. It's my alt channel. It's not like I have 1,000 viewers over there that will be TTSing, you know, every like 5 minutes. So that's a good start, but I would want her to be able to like shit talk about whatever with chat when I'm not like just getting TTS. Maybe that'd be a start though, I don't know. That would actually be a decent start, now I think about it. Just a TTS thing. Make another dagger, that's what you do? Stop. You can't make me. You can't make me add more daggers to this character. She already has too many. That number is 1. This guy, though, he also only has 1 dagger, and you can inspire me to give him more than 1 dagger, but her? No. Nope. 1 dagger is good, but what about a 2nd dagger? God damn it. A fork and a spoon. Where is we gonna put a fork and a spoon? We need a fork and a spoon bag, is what you're saying. Saying of VTuber AI is pretty easy if you don't mind ChatGPT, but I've not figured out how to get it onto something more personal. I don't mind if it's ChatGPT. I'm totally fine if it's just like an AI sounding shit talking ChatGPT VTuber for Project Evangeline. I'm totally fine with that. That would be fucking hilarious. You're only allowed to do that if she permanently talks in Uwu speak. That's fine. If you can get me a voice that you like approve of, that's an AI like TTS reader, Eiley, I will absolutely give her permanent fucking degenerate Uwu speak. I will. You think I have shame? JPEG? What do you mean JPEG? I didn't refer to you as a JPEG. Nobody clipped that. It wasn't clipped. I didn't clip it. Eiley, if you have one, I'll use it, okay? If you find me the most like degenerate e-girl nonsense TTS voice reader, I'll use it. I will. Because half of me is just considering going live as Project Evangeline and just like using my own voice and not saying anything about it. I think it'd be funny. But then the other half of me wants to embrace the meme, so, you know. Did we publish the clip? Oh shit, okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen, I get it. I would be sensitive if I was a JPEG too, right? If my entire identity was a glorified paint program software, I'd be just as mad. I'd be just as mad. Not calling out any VTubers just for being JPEGs. I'd be mad as well. I'm mad for you, I guess. She's at least a PNG. Listen, maybe she can upgrade to a PSD one of these days. That's when I'll acknowledge it. You can't say PNG because then a PNG tubers get mad. It's like the most who asked thing. New model is your voice, old is uwu e-girl. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. Would they be on the stream at the same time, Eiley? You're blaming me for your VTuber graduation? Oh, no. How do I set that up so that old Evangeline would be the AI chatbot? Or respond to TTS? How would I set that up? That sounds complicated. That sounds like a lot of software to run. PSD at least has layers, exactly, right? See? Though if I call someone PSD, I'm actually secretly calling them bad at art because they use too many layers. Ooh. Yeah, wait, I don't know if I want to start that toxic backlash on Reddit. Actually, I was about to say on D&D Reddit, I have no idea if there's an art Reddit. But if there is an art Reddit, is it terrible over there? Because I assume that artists just sort of refugee in whatever other subreddit will like look at their art and not kick them from it. It's like D&D, OCs, fan communities, whatever. Is there actually like an art Reddit, I wonder, that's like not a complete cess wasteland? That I can like say D&D Art Reddit's mad about this? I have to know. I really do. I have to know if there is. I have to change my entire strategy for talking shit on the internet if there's an art Reddit. Calling someone PSD is an insult, not because they're using too many layers, because they don't name their layers. You're saying Aya is a series of unnamed Photoshop layers? Hundreds of layers full of substanceless, nonsensically named, useless PSD layers. You said it, not me. All right, listen. You said it, not me. I'm not about to catch that smoke, all right? Just because you're true doesn't mean I'm going to agree with you publicly. You don't even use Photoshop? Oh. You don't use Photoshop? Oh, God. This is awkward. Oh, man. Well, I mean, at least you don't use Procreate, right? At least you don't use an iPad. That's the one saving grace. At least you don't use an iPad for your art. Hey, listen, it's fine. It's all good, right? Yo, Artessa, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, awesome art. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say. Trying to finish this sketch up today so we can start painting on it later. It's actually a very important piece for a game that I'm working on, so the vote of confidence means a lot. So thank you, Artessa. I'm very nervous about it today. I'm apprehensive. It's the very important character designs for a class that I'm building for D&D. So a lot of people will see this piece of art as the deciding factor whether or not they want to play the Astral Sage or not. So I'm a little bit anxious, and your vote of confidence does make you feel better. And Tovofer. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, my friend. That's it. That's the final straw. I'm turning into a trashy e-girl fox girl, Evan. Aya gets it. So here's the thing. When Aya made that first threat, Eiley, I was like, Aya's lovely. I love her. But she has no idea. When she makes threats of turning me into a trashy e-girl, fox girl, she's never been to the subreddit. She has no idea the history of turning me into a cat girl that you have like set the standard for. I'm worried that she knows not the dangers she speaks. Either she's far more powerful than I am giving her credit for, or she knows not the levels of depravity this stream has already been subjected to with regards to cat girls. So I for the love of God, for all things holy, I just hope that Eiley and Aya never compare notes and become friends. I just for the love of God, I fucking hope they never actually exchange words about this project, or so help me, I am done on Twitch. Sonic View, live and learn movie mix out of 10. God, I feel like I should watch the entire trilogy with you one night, Ashy. Just to experience it with you. If I'm gonna subject anyone to it, it's you. Is it ND Art to talk about the game? Well, no, it's a game that I develop on my stream. So it's a using the D&D sort of rule set, but it's a full adventure that I'm writing in a full game world. And then a couple other projects that are based off of it that are a little secret. But it's all my original project. The only video game that I'm doing with it that would be NDA is something I'm actually making with my wife, who's a software engineer. So I have no NDAs holding me down anymore. I am no longer an industry concept art, Andy or whatever. So no, I can talk about anything I want with it. It's just whether or not it's productive to like sort of talk about like the video game is a little bit. I don't really chat about that at all because there's like not much to show for it, and it's kind of like 2 years out. Right now, the D&D adventure is the primary project, and then the actual video game is like later on. So I can talk about it. There's just not much to talk about that would be satisfying to hear. But no, for just for the D&D adventure, this is, if you're familiar with D&D or TTRPGs, this is a new class that I'm developing for my setting, which is the campaign setting that I'm building for D&D as well as for other projects down in the road. And this is going to be the title piece of art for the new class for D&D, and kind of the main kind of like protagonist class for the video game, called an Astral Sage. So I've done art of Astral Sages in the past. Like I've drawn sages through the timeline or whatever. Like, I'll show you an example of another Astral Sage. So this is a individual character that is an Astral Sage, this one, but it's not necessarily the title artwork for an Astral Sage. This is a unique character rather than this being kind of like the character selection screen piece that I'm working on. So I want them to seem a little more generic and have more. Generic's not a good word for it. I want them to seem like they are more of a base model that you could then put your own story on and imagine building your own version of an Astral Sage, whereas a character like this is a specific character who is an Astral Sage. So that's why I'm nervous about this piece of art, because I'm really committing to what players are going to see first and foremost when they like pick this class, if they do pick the class. So that's why I'm a little bit anxious today, and I appreciated the vote of confidence. I consider Fox, E-Girl, Evan, and Spandex bodysuit and stockings. Can you not, Eiley? Can you just fucking not? Can you just calm down? Can both of you just calm down? You know that one sweater that Evan draws VTubers in? Stop. Jesus Christ. Do you want to see what you're up against here, Aya? Do you want me to show you the full breadth of what you're up against here as far as depravity? I can show you the art that Eiley built based off of, based the VTuber she made off of. If you go to the Reddit and you scroll down far enough, you will find... Is that it? Nope. That one isn't it. I don't know why is that SFW. I'll show you the evolution. You guys want a really brief history lesson of Eiley's depravity? Here. It started here. with her drawing herself throwing cat ears on me with a crazed expression that is entirely corrected to her IRL expression she has when she's drawing anything on her iPad. Then she drew me as a cat girl being dreamed about. So you'll notice the black shirt, the glasses, and the hat all being correct. Then dreaming of me as the cat boy. Then as a literal fucking cat. And there's the cat girl EBA. There's the start of all of it. All right? The start of the depravity that only got more degenerate and worse until the point where we arrive here. And so because of all the time she spent on the VTuber, I actually turned a character into a canonized character. So if you scroll down my Instagram, this character right here, where is she? Should be a little bit further down, I suppose. Right here. This is me canonizing that cat girl version of me named Evangeline right there as a character in Eldara. But this was me creating it with a level of serious... Whoa, what the fuck happened? A level of serious, like, you know, world building. So I actually made this into a proper character in the guild hall. So I took this meme seriously, but like, I'm not even scratching the surface of this. Every year I tell the entire story of the Catgirl EBA version of Project Evangeline. I tell that story once a year, and that story is on Halloween when I live stream as Project Evangeline as a VTuber. So, and go back, was that Mega Man Star Force I saw posted on Reddit? I don't know. We don't really use my Reddit anymore. The Reddit was a 2-week meme. It was a joke where I created a Reddit so I'd have something to react to at the beginning of streams. And then we took it a little too far for a couple of weeks. And then we all just calmed down and stopped using it. So there is a Reddit. It's just, it's not really used right now. I will use it for something in the future, probably. Like a dev log for certain projects. But for now, it's just kind of chilling. So you're collaborators now? Oh, that's not a crazy expression. That's just her expression. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, my bad. This is where I didn't know. You had to inform me. I'm so terrified that there's somebody new here at the stream that just saw that and was like, you know what? I'm actually good. I'm good. I'm just gonna go, you know. God damn it. I'm shaving my reputation. What small little reputation I have on the internet. It's like somebody who's like, wow, D&D Art, I love D&D. Oh, never mind. Never mind. All right, how many belts this is gonna add to her? At least one more. What is she missing? So, okay, hold on. What if our basis for this Astral Sage design is the first Sage design found on Rosa Breyer, NPC extraordinaire? That character was, what did she have on her belt? She had a lot of dumb little trinkets and silly things. As an int caster, she had her Astral Atlas, but what else did she have on her? She had, oh, a coin purse, scroll, a little hourglass, her sage bag. That's important. I do some sort of sage bag. Oh, right, her observation thingy, magnifying glass, whatever that is. So I gotta do something along those lines too. Yo, Glitch, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You did work hard, Eiley, and that's why you have an artist badge. So I don't know if it's what you wanted, but it's what you got at this point. Where are we gonna put that little trinkety thing? Maybe we'll tuck it to the front of this bag. Yeah, why not? We'll tuck it to the front of the bag. So it's gonna be a little kind of magnifying glass device looking thing, but obviously it's gonna be full of sage magic and nonsense. So in that order, sage magic first and nonsense second, to ensure that players who are interested in playing sages have a full grasp of the nonsense they'll have to endure as an astral sage, with all their space magicking they'll have to do. to do their spell casting. I'll actually use this as a Sage Mandela sphere or circle thingy here. It's a good opportunity to show one of those off as well. Ali earned the artist badge. All right, yeah, earned is a... Yeah, oh shit, wait, Artessa, damn it. You're right, wait, you're new, shit. Oh god, I swear this is a serious stream. I swear this is a serious stream. I swear, you gotta believe me. You gotta believe me, I'm a real art... Ah, screw it. My reputation's already dead. It's already fucking toast. I'm fucking gone. Damn it. See what you guys did? I'm mad now. Alright, dumb magnifying glass thingy. Where do we plop this, I think? So this sage, she's gonna be more about the trinkets and like sage crafting things, and this guy's more about just like the flow of sort of the monastic side of being an astral sage. So I think for her, maybe do I have it sticking out of the bag? No, I kind of want strapped to the bag if I can. Maybe we put it along the scroll here. Yeah, actually, oh, I like that. That's kind of cool. I can mess with the perspective a bit right now because obviously this is not finished line work. So, because it's just like a basis of what I'm going to do later. It's not, doesn't need to be permanent. But I actually kind of like that more, to be honest. And I can kind of just like sit in there a little bit awkwardly, but listen, it's whimsical. If sages aren't full of whimsy, what's the point? What are we doing here, man? He's a real VTuber, we swear. Stop. Stop. Has tofu emote, they understand. Tofu emote. Oh, wait, those are Tofu Senshi's emotes? Oh shit. Dude, I love Tofu Senshi. She raided me a little while back. It was fucking sick. I was humbled, honestly. What a dope ass like absolute dope ass experience that was. That was great. I didn't recognize the emote though, so it's my bad. It's not a serious stream, but he's not even recording. I am recording the process. You need to have more faith in me this time because I didn't screw it up. I am recording my process. And you know what? The entire thing, I'm not even gonna get 2 videos out of it. I'm gonna make 1 single video for both these characters. And I'm probably gonna do a little art talk around it too. I'm gonna talk about character design and do a little. This piece. Okay. The recording process for this piece for these 2 characters, I'm gonna do a my first art talk around, and I got to figure out the subject or topic I want to discuss. And I think I'm gonna talk about. I know it's weird, and it might not make sense right now until I actually make the video, but I'm going to talk about persistence and consistency for art. Because this piece kind of represents a little bit of that to me. So, it's going to be dope. I am recording, you need not worry. The whole thing's going to be a video. At least Thorkin's going to like it. I'm going to have tens of views on it. It's going to be a new impactful entry into the art lexicon. All right, chill. What else? What else does Rosa have that we need to add on here? We have little magnifying glass thingy to align her astral sagecraft. Obviously, her astral atlas needs to be done, but we have the big bag. We have the astrolabe thingy. A coin purse was cool. A couple bags. Scroll tube. She had her dagger. Sword would be nice. Oh, and her gauntlet. We need to actually give her the Astral Sage, like, glove thingy. And wrist armor, brace, whatever. And if there's any other details I want to add in here to make Astral Sages really feel like they're kind of like, I don't know, the academic, like, trinket casters of the world, I think that'd be good too. I just don't really know what, you know? That's kind of one of those things that I gotta figure out, like, within the lore of the Sage, as to what kind of items they use to help their, you know, their alignment with the deep sky or the cosmos. Which I just have to say, I am so proud of the term the deep sky. I love that shit. I don't know, that's probably not my term. I probably, like, heard that somewhere like 10 years ago and stole it, but when referring to the Astral Sages and their sort of like cosmic power emanating from the deep sky, the term I love the most for space is actually not even an RPG term, it's a JRPG term from the old game Star Ocean. I really love the vibe of the Star Ocean. But I also think if you say Star Ocean, you don't evoke Star Ocean RPG like vibes. You evoke Spelljammer vibes, and I definitely don't want to do that because Spelljammer is a completely different sort of what's the word? I don't know, but vibe. The Cosmos, the Kos, or some way say Cosmo. Yeah, hold on. Listen, one of my dog's names is Cosmos, just so you know. Yuna's full name, she has like 10 names, but the ones I remember is that her name is Lady High Summoner, Unaleska, Silmeria, Cosmos, Mimaru, Pancake, Blair. Oh, Y'shtola's in there, I forgot. But we gave her like 15 middle names from various JRPG characters, and Cosmos is one of them. I'll have you know. I think Ella also threw in a Kingdom Hearts name in there, but I'm afraid if I ever say any word that has anything to do with Kingdom Hearts on stream, I'll just like start summoning Kingdom Hearts fans that want to correct my understanding of Kingdom Hearts lore, and that sounds like a terrifying experience. So is anything I've learned about not messing with certain people on the internet, it's not to invoke the Kingdom Hearts fans. They're like a slumbering great darkness just in the ether, awaiting their summoning. And I don't want to play with the immortal powers of the universe like that. There'll be no ritualistic summonings of the Great Old One or Kingdom Hearts fans in this chat, okay? That or Pokemon Black and White fans. I swear to God, they're obsessive. If I ask somebody what their favorite Pokemon game was and they say Black and White, I gotta bounce. If I wait like a half an hour, they'll be telling me about like deep ancient like Arceus lore, and I won't have an escape route. They'll start judging me for the amount of shinies I have. Holy. It's not a game anymore to them, man. It's not a game. It stopped being a game a long time ago. You know I'm right, Kara. You know I'm right. You know I'm exactly right. You might not like it, but you know I'm right. Puts away Lovecrafter and Grimoire. Yeah, exactly, Steel. You already summoned your snow too much. Is it still snowy down in the south where you live? Is it still... Do you still have snow outside, Steel? Because Fishy lives in the south, but she said her snow's gone today. And somebody was in here earlier that said that the Texan snow is still there. Are you guys still trying to LARP as Canadians? You want the Kingdom Hearts fans to show up, you'll end up getting Norted? What is that? What does that mean? God, I don't want that to happen. I don't know what that means, but... You're right. The thing is, I once tried to ask Ella to explain Kingdom Hearts lore to me, and I kept asking so many questions that she got so frustrated and almost started crying, so I was like, oh god. Oh god, she was just so mad about trying to explain the lore. I was like, I'm sorry. Good god, I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean it. I know not what I've transgressed upon. Please forgiveth me. It was very upsetting. It was right before the newest Kingdom Hearts came out, and we were gonna play it on PlayStation. And then she was kind of meh about it. Yeah, I don't know. Snow was gone except the snow banks and shaded areas in Virginia. Also 29 degrees. Do you guys normally get snow in Virginia though? I don't, forgive me, I don't actually know where the line is on America where you guys get snow or not. You know? Because if America looks like this. There you go. I'm not sure where the line of snowage is. I think it's something like that. And I'm not sure if like Virginia and I know the Carolinas don't. I know like Tennessee and all that don't. But I don't know where the line of snow is for America, so I'm not actually sure about that. It's just cold right now, really? Last year you had a flurry. Oh shit. Okay, well, I guess you guys can get snow there. Yeah, see, I just don't know much about like Washington D.C. doesn't really get snow all that much, right? That's not a Washington thing. It's like too far north, isn't it? But then New York gets snow as well. Hold on, I'm confused. Tennessee gets snow, really? DC gets decent now. So why did? So that's what I thought. But somebody said that there was snow earlier this week. So whatever party you guys were holding outside had to be put inside. But normally in January, don't you guys have your big block party or whatever little event you guys do in January every couple of years? I thought you did that outside. Yeah, because I was confused because I thought that DC got snow, but someone in my chat said nah, DC just gets a bunch of rain. They hardly get any snow. So I was like, fuck, okay, I don't know. Like, you tell me. I live in Canada. I don't know what the fuck's going on south of my border. And now you guys get snow in Montana, and besides that, I always find myself being surprised when it's like California doesn't get snow, and Cobalt's like, what do you mean California doesn't get snow? It gets so much snow, Evan. You're such a dumbass. You don't know what you're talking about. Go home. So this is the thing. I thought I knew a decent amount about American geography, and apparently I don't know shit. So that's why I'm just fully asking. I have no idea where the line of snowage is in America. I don't know whereabouts you start and stop, and what's like a weird place to have snow right now. I know like Florida's weird. The Carolinas is weird. Texas is obviously weird, but I don't know where else it's weird to have snow. Georgia is weird. And also get snow. School's closed for a week when we got a foot of snow. Really? That makes sense, I guess. Nobody has like winter tires and stuff. Look, a lot of Canadians out here are snickering at the idea of like, oh, it's only like 10 below. Like, what is it in American? Minus 10 k to f is, oh, it's only 15 degrees in America. Like, come on. It's not that cold. It gets to be like, you know, negative 40 here. Like, what are you talking about? What are you babies talking about? But no, like 15 degrees in America, if you're not used to that, man, that's dangerous. That's like people could get seriously stranded out there. Pipes could freeze, like heating could fail. Yeah, that's serious shit. I take that extremely seriously when I hear that y'all dealing with 15 degrees. Like, if it's 15 degrees Canadian here, I'm like, what a lovely day. I'll go for a walk, you know? But so I understand the Canadians not getting it, but it does still seem kind of scary too if you're thinking about your American brothers and sisters that aren't used to that. That's pretty rough, I'll be honest. Less than we used to. We get a few inches at least every year. I'm sure nothing compared to Canada though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I love to have snow, but the states don't deserve snow or are stealing my snow. What? They're stealing your snow? Think about all the winter corn wine you can make though, without snowfalls, Blaze. You know, like ice wine in Canada, where they like let the grapes freeze. Think about all the corn wine you can make in like the snow corn wine or ice corn wine. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are gonna do with corn up in whatever made up country, state you live in. Bonus Wyoming or whatever state you say you're from. Even structures are not set up for it. Exactly, and that's scary. Like our power, we had a bout of -40. What the coldest it got here last year for about a week, it got down to -45 Celsius, which is -49 Fahrenheit. It got down to -49 Fahrenheit here for about a week and a half, and then it hovered around -22 Fahrenheit, -30 Celsius for another couple weeks. But when it was -45 degrees Celsius from -49 Fahrenheit, like our power was at risk of going out because the batteries and things that store power just couldn't hold on to it because it was too cold. So even then, our infrastructure is sure as hell set up for frigid Arctic shit, but even then it was starting to fail. You know, there's no issue of like pipes freezing and like water supplies being cut off and bursting, things like that. That's not an issue when it gets that cold here because we bury it underground, pack it pretty well and whatnot. But you know, we had switched to a lot of like renewable energy in my province, and so holy shit, yo, Steve Sketches. Oh my god, royalty. God damn it, bro. Holy shit. What an honor. God damn. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. God damn, man. I spent a lot of time in your stream, bro. I spent a lot of time there hanging out, learning the best I can. That's amazing. I'm truly honored. I'm humbled. Appreciate it. Damn. That made my day, man. That made my day. It was like, yeah, shit. All right, I'm not gonna get flustered. I won't. It's like if there's two people on Twitch that I looked up to as artists before I started streaming, it was Steve Sketches and Dave Greco. The two of them. Yep. That was it. That's you're one half of the Voltron that helped convince me to start streaming art and stuff and taking it seriously in a certain way and whatnot. So, cheers to you, bro. Not royalty. Now get down and kiss my feet. Okay, fine. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. My bad. Well, you are most welcome here, my friend. You are an honored guest here at the Dragon's Claim, so I appreciate you. North Pole has been warmer than Cornland for like last week. No, yeah, sorry. So we switched to a bunch of like about a bunch of like wind and solar and stuff, and you know, whatever, like cool stuff like that. But the problem is, like, when it gets down to -40, there is no wind. There is no sun. There is only darkness in the middle of January. So we had these issues in Canada, in my province, where we were told to like shut off all of our electric appliances and everything, all of our lights, all of it. Turn off all non-essential electricity for like 5 days in a row after like 3 p.m. when it started getting dark out. Because it gets dark out here at like 3 p.m. in early January. So it was crazy, man. Yeah. So like -49 Fahrenheit here. That's when it starts getting a little monka. But totally, if it's like -10 Celsius, which is like -15 Fahrenheit in the US, if you guys aren't set up for it, that's scary, man. So I really hope that y'all are keeping safe and healthy and warm and whatnot. Imagine Self Voltron with Dave Greco. It's like a Dragon Ball Z fusion, but with the quality and style of 80s animation. So there's just more of a Voltroning of, yeah, it's pretty dope. But no, seriously, I really look up to a lot of your stuff, dude. I'm a big fan. I've modeled a great deal of. I've taken a lot of courage too to pursue a style that's more passionate to my heart, and art projects that are more passionate to me, as opposed to sort of what's expedient for growth, based on your example of doing stuff that really matters and people really caring about it. So no, I mean it. You're a legend, dude. Like, I could go on. I'm not gonna, because that's probably annoying. You pop into some artist stream to hang out and they're like, oh man, what a G. But no, seriously. Complaining about the cold and not having snow being a facetious or anything. Yeah, that's fair. I think you're good, please. We're just shit talking. As far as I know, no one's really been at risk or anything in the US. No like power grids or anything have failed. So I think we can kind of meme on it a little bit. But I don't know. You tell me if there's some like been some dangerous shit or whatever. If it's gone from like cool to not cool rapidly, and I should shut the fuck up about making jokes. Patterns. Okay, I want to do this sort of like cloud pattern across, I think, her bottom half for a robe. I think I want to make that an Astral Sage concept thing that people can kind of like pull from for their own sages when they make them. That the cloud pattern is a thing that you will find often through sages. I just get absorbed into the Nova's talent. Yeah, that's like, what a great way of putting it. Yeah, for real. No, I mean, well, I mean, Dave Greco was the reason why I named myself Evan Blair Art, because I wasn't sure if I should go with like a different name or whatever, and like, you know, if I should choose like a Twitch name or something. But I thought Dave Greco Art, good enough for Dave, good enough for me. Good enough, man. I tried so hard to get my my friend that works on the WoW team to invite Dave to a D&D game with us, but he was always too chicken shit to ask him. What a loser. What an absolute loser to think. No, I mean, there's a lot of people in the art category that I think are like doing extremely cool stuff right now, and it's like one of the reasons, because like Steve, I used to stream in the D&D category because all my work that I do is for a D&D setting that I'm building and adventure. So this right now is class art for a custom class I've developed. So I used to stream in the D&D category, but I always like admired the art category because like all of you guys over there were being like, I don't know, really cool and really supportive about projects and stuff. And I always kind of like longingly looked at the art category and saw, you know, people like you and I don't know, there's like a lot of artists. I don't want to start naming them, but you know what I mean. And I want to be like kind of part of that like creative community, but I always felt like my art was too specific to D&D to like be able to move over. And this last year I did, and it's really cool because I don't know, I just feel somewhat more connected to it, even though I'm a irrelevant nobody. I'm still like part of the large ecosystem. It makes me feel a little bit less, you know, it makes the art process of grinding your art away alone in your room less lonely, I guess, you know. You good name for that format? My name wouldn't fly. You know, you don't have a easy to place last name. That's true. If I had a long last name, it wouldn't work. Has to be a maximum amount of syllables, I think, for it. My girlfriend has been living in sub-zero temps for the last week and a half. Is she okay? Azalea? Is everybody okay over there? Should have gotten his number from him and cold called him. I bet he would have been game for. I bet he would have. Like, actually. I mean, I saw Dave was making YouTube videos again. I'm not sure if he left the WoW team or not, but I should ask my friend and be like, bro. I just want to play D&D with artists and not have to be the one to draw everybody's characters for them. I just want to play D&D with artists, man. They don't have to draw everybody's characters. It's a selfish ideal. I always dreamed of that, of playing a D&D game with a bunch of artists where everybody came with their own character art. Like, if you don't watch my stream, all my artists to D&D for the art category. Well, sure, but you don't talk ad nauseum about mechanics that nobody cares about. All right? It's always very art and lore and story and on topic and focus and stuff when you're... No, I watch your stream all the time. I actually do. Like you did, I don't know if I would have stumbled across your channel in the D&D category. Yeah, I mean, the D&D category was great when D&D was really like flourishing, but I found that some people, there's a lot of D&D streamers that got really kind of catty about it, where they were like, oh, why is Evan over here? He's taking away like attention from actual people who talk about D&D. And I'm like, I talk about D&D all the time. What are you talking about? All my nonsense is for my D&D adventure I'm building. What do you mean? But there was a lot of people over there that were getting real kind of nasty and stuff. Now, to be fair, a lot of them stopped streaming when D&D kind of fell off and people, you know, went back to work and shit after COVID. So it's not that big of a deal, but it still got kind of unwelcoming to the point where I was like, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go to the art category. Fuck it. You know, the reason I should have gone to the art category sooner, the reason why I didn't actually come over to the art category sooner is because the few times I did stream in the art category, I actually had a couple of bad experiences in a row, which I know now is not like a couple points on the graph don't denote data or whatever, but I got a couple of people being like, oh, this is like D&D art. This is not like actual like whatever art. And that kind of like, I was like, oh, is it that way? And like I made a judgment on the art category based on what a few interactions with first time chatters I had for a couple of streams over a few months were, to the point where I was like, when I realized that was fucking stupid. I get it. You guys don't need to tell me I was stupid, but it was like 3 random experiences that happened that I'm like, oh, the correlation must be there. I should probably just stay in my lane in the D&D category, you know. But I know that's stupid. I know it's dumb. I know it now. I've been told ad nauseum about how dumb I am. You guys don't need to point it out. No, I get it. I'm just trying to scare them away with 4-digit quotes. Might have to switch to 5 digits soon. Yeah, I mean, listen, commissions are great, but I feel that. I'm always like so happy like to get commissions for D&D characters, but I'm also so super content not to get a commission in like a month or whatever, because then I just get to do art for the game. Which is maybe irresponsible, but my former DM senses are tingling. Do I run to the campaign but with only artists? You should. Are you kidding? We'd all come with our D&D character art. Dude. It's so good. It's so good. And then you all like create one like communal PSD file where you all draw your characters together. But you can't draw your own. You have to draw somebody else's in the PSD or some shit like that. I don't know. It'd be a dope video. Never experienced that sort of thing. Our category has always been very chill. To be fair, I think is because I was very small, and I think that I'm coming over. Like people are very emboldened to talk shit when you have like 3 viewers. From what I know on Twitch, right? From what I've learned in my time, and I think there's one of those things that you come over to a new category and you've got like little to no presence, and then it's kind of an invitation to start talking shit in some ways. I see that all the time when I go into like when I hang out with another streamer or whatever, and they're a bit newer or something like that, and I see them, they have like a, you know, a certain view count. There's like a line where people think that if you're like under a certain whatever following view count whatever, that there's just like now this open season to like correct your art and talk shit, and it's just really weird. It's just really weird. So I don't know. I've learned my lesson. I'm not scared of the art category anymore. I'm not terrified of being here. I'm very, very happy and content, honestly. I've been having the best time streaming and working this year since I switched over by like a large margin. I've been enjoying myself fucking thoroughly. We're working on combining some anthology adventures into something cohesive. Could be fun. That could be dope, yeah. Fuck yeah. After 10 years of this, shit talkers get dunked and banned real quick. I know, you're better at this. I get it. I'm new and dumb. I shouldn't have let... No, I shouldn't have let like some early negativity scare me away because... I don't know. I was dumb, alright? I know. I just don't have any excuse for it. I don't have any excuse. And so I didn't change my stream at all. I didn't change my stream whatsoever. You know? I still talk about lore and mechanics the same way that I did when we were talking about D&D. Like in the D&D category. Like, I don't know, for any of you guys who have been around for long, has my stream changed since I went to the art category? I think I do talk about art a bit more though now. I think I talk about process a bit more, and we tend to discuss maybe like our Adam Duff style art dad, you know, moments more in the art category, but I don't think like it's not like the D&D category or the D&D-ness of the stream has just completely fallen off in the last couple of months, has it? I'm not crazy, right? Because if you guys feel that way, then I need to make some changes. We need to ramp up the D&D nonsense more so. On one hand, viewers aren't numbers, they're people. Yeah, totally. On the other hand, trolls aren't people, they're numbers, and a single point on the scale. A scorecard isn't worth suffering for. Yeah, that's something it took me a long time to realize. At what point is somebody not worth it, you know? It's like, yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I still think I have a pretty soft ban hammer. My mods are always mad at me. They're like, Evan, can we ban that guy? I'm like, nah, it's fine. I'm sure he's just having a little bit of an awkward whatever. And you're like, no, Evan, we're banning that guy. I'm like, ah, shit. There's some people that the mods are like, just say the word boss and they're fucking gone. I'm like, chill. You lot more people asking about art stuff than before. That's true. Maybe we're talking more about art because people are asking about it more. But as long as you don't feel like the D&D-ness is gone, then I'm content with that. So yeah, it's a lot of commit to, Soul. Spent whole streams on the art category talking about D&D. You're way overthinking this category thing. I was. To be fair, you're absolutely right. I was so like it was such a big thing I was contemplating and considering. But like on my fucking Twitch tracker, I mean, like, what's my percentage of D&D streams versus art? I'm like a baby to this now, I think. Like my percentage of this shit is like probably, does Twitch tracker show percentages of like unique streams in the category? Yeah, so I've streamed 500 hours in the art category so far, and 2,500 hours in D&D. What the fuck? And it took me 2,500 hours to realize I was being stupid. That's how long it took me. That's how long that lesson took me, to not fucking worry about categories and just chill. So it's like this giant monkey got flung off my back when I stopped worrying about it and just started hitting go live every day without stress. So there's that. Nix, thank you for the gifted sub. Wait, my alerts are working again. Oh shit.
Nixolotl gifted a tier 1 sub to Steve Sketches. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
That's fucking sick. Thank you, Nix. I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing another member into the guild. Hey, listen, Steve, I know the emotes, if you're curious, you might be one of the only other artists that appreciate this. All my emotes are actually lore characters, which is dumb, and no one appreciates that. And not that I think it's fun. They're all like, they all have like full art for them and shit, because I'm a fucking loser and no one appreciates the artistic passion behind making your emotes stupid lore things. So hey, there it is. Thank you, Nix, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Let your mods protect you. If they make a mistake, they can fix it, but don't value viewers' feelings over your own sanity and the quality of the experience for all other viewers. So there is one person, though, I will say, there's one person that is maybe my only hate watcher that I have told my mods that they are on a strict do not ban list. Okay, they are my hate watcher. They come into stream once every 3 to 5 months. They say something really out of pocket and rude and demeaning about me, and then they immediately leave stream and don't say anything else. And the reason why I tell them not to ban this one person is because I feel like I need at least one hate watcher. That you're not relevant unless you can start complaining about hate watchers. And if I ban my only hate watcher, then god damn it, it's over for me. I've told them, leave them alone. They're so mad about it too. You're right. I do trust my mods implicitly, but I think they try and be fairly soft because I generally try and give people long runway or whatever. So they are the Giga Chads. Best part of world building is that no one cares about your world the way you do. Exactly. But at least artists can appreciate the effort, right? Yeah, at least artists are at least like appreciative of like, oh shit, okay, that's some serious investment. This guy needs a hobby. Go play some fucking Path of Exile, Evan. Just chill out. Play some PoE, grab a bag of Doritos, and just chill for the weekend, man. That's the general sentiment. All right. What are the drinks we need for our homegirl here? Besides, I am completely avoiding doing the gauntlet thingy because I'm not sure how I actually want to format them. We have some examples of the gauntlet, by the way. The best example is the Rosa Briar piece from earlier that I was showing. And so the basis of the gauntlet will look something like this, right? Just a ring, couple of rings across, couple of fingers, couple of chains, couple of jewels, and then a bracer. The problem is I think this is a shit design. So I'm dragging my heels and completely leaving her Sage Gauntlet in the hands of Future Evan. Future Evan will figure this shit out. And my man here is so skilled and very good at art, and he will handle it. I promise you. Now, present Evan is gonna leave all that difficult stuff for Future Evan, so he can, you know, exercise and flex his true artistic abilities, while I sit here pattern rendering on stuff that doesn't matter. No trolling today. Oh shit! All right, no trolling, B-Town. What's up, bro? We ban someone as a treat for morale. If you want to start, creating alt accounts for yourselves, just so you can start banning yourselves, go for it. If anyone else here would like to feed the mods and make an alt account that you can come into chat and say something slightly out of pocket and inappropriate, but with love, and make sure it's at least funny, then the mods can ban that. So that you can't. There goes Blaze's alt account. That was fast. That was so fucking fast. You guys can't see the ban commands, but Blaze just banned his alt account like within seconds of me saying that. I just see that that account has been banned. So, damn. Good job, guys. Good fucking job. And to think I was concerned about needing more mods because, whatever reason. To think I thought you guys might need some assistance. Y'all have this down, apparently. I don't need to worry about nothing. Respectable urges. That's fucking hilarious. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Why do Funko Pops look so hot? I don't know. I mean, I kind of can't handle Funko Pops. I kind of, you know, I walked into a friend's house once and I was like, damn, you got a lot of Funko Pops. And he's like, yeah, man, they're the best. And we stopped playing video games together after that. So I don't know. Is that the it's B-Tac, I figured. All right, mods, get him. Who wants it? B-Town's feeding up one more to the altar. Who wants it? Mods, roll it off. Mods, you have to roll for it. Y'all have to D20 for who gets to swing the holy shit, they didn't even roll. Eiley just decided. What the fuck? She just pulled up the Stark family claymore. She was hungry. Holy shit. And nicks a bottle. Okay, that's fucking hilarious too. Okay. Okay, well. We'll see what slightly out of pocket thing nicks a bottle wants to say. It's your bot? That's not out of pocket. Alright, mods, you can roll off to... You pick Thorkin? You're gonna force Thorkin to ban your bot from chat? That was way too fast. He agreed to that instantly. He had that emote preloaded. Oh my god. Thank you for feeding the mods, Nix. Appreciate that as well. What a sweet thing to do. Just helping out, you know, helping morale improve for Eileen over there. That felt good. I love the smell of banning in the morning. Okay, all right. All right, unless anyone else has any more tribute out of pocket alt accounts. Oh wait, I have one. Hold up. Wait. Where's my Twitch channel? Am I following myself? Let's see. There you go, mods. Killer. There you go. Execution style. I don't care. Unmod her first. Unmod her first, and then just get her out of here. One of your dumbasses is an editor and can do it, right? Ah, damn it. Can't do any of that? Uh-oh, well, too bad Project Evangeline is safe and secure. Why am I not subbed to myself? What the fuck? Unmodder so I can ban that bitch. Oh my god. The fucking teeth. Let's just do 100 steel for your Green Dragon check. I'm so glad my mods just went feral for a couple minutes there. That's good for them. They needed that for a while. Fucking Funko Pops. All right, cloud motif, good. This is exactly what I wanted. See, I knew that leaving the difficult stuff for future me and then doing the easy to do things right now was the play. I absolutely knew it was the play. I should have had more confidence in myself to do this from the beginning. %100% should have. Got to this to do, but I'm gonna leave a lurk. Oh, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Seriously, it's an honor, Steve. I really mean it. Really, it's I don't want to glaze too hard, but you kind of made my week, so that's so dope, dude. The legendary Steve sketches. All right. Should the clouds not go up too far up on the character? I think it's fine. Yeah, screw it. I'm overthinking it again. Just draw clouds, worry about it later. And Nix, thank you again for the sub gift. I appreciate that. Glaze me, daddy. Okay, all right. As expected. I came back from work today and the puppies escaped their room, so I was swarmed with puppies when I came to the door. You need less puppies in your home, Steel. You just need less puppies. That's the vibe. Yeah, I don't like. Sounds like a user issue. That sounds awful. We got Yuna a new bed, by the way. We bought her a brand new bed that she actually likes now. I don't know how to describe it, but if I tell you, if I tell the dog owners in this chat, if I tell you that we bought her a taco pocket bed, would you know what I'm talking about? That we bought her a taco? Does that make sense? Is that gonna register? Is that the official name for it? I don't know what it's called. Maybe Ella knows, but it's this bed that's got like it's like a fluffy dog bed, like the little rings, but it's also got this like, I don't know, top portion to it that she just kind of like nestles into or whatever. That she just sort of like, yeah, nest, I guess, is the best term. I don't know. She's far too comfortable in there, and it kind of pisses me off. But we had to get her a new bed because she hasn't been spending the whole night in her bed. She's been coming in here into the office and sleeping in that bed underneath Ella's desk. So we figured she might want something more fluffy. So googling taco bed didn't help. Okay, what is it? It's like hold on. Do I have a picture of it? I might have a picture of it. He probably didn't call the taco pocket bed. Let me be very honest about it. No, the only picture I have of Yuna is this heinous one of her demanding bellies after my stream yesterday. This is the kind of nonsense I have to deal with when I get off stream, just so you guys are aware. This is the kind of obligation and nonsensical bullshit I am awaited by. So is it even more than the taco bed? Oh yeah, so okay, it's called a snoozer cave. It's oh, here it is. I mean, this isn't the same one, but it's basically this. Yeah. It's like a taco, you know? It's okay, listen. I made tacos last night. I had it on my brain. I did not make ground beef with salt yesterday. I made ground beef with salt in a taco shell. So, excuse me for yeah, that's what she has. And she figured out because when we first gave it to her, she was like laying on top of it, and it took her a while to figure out how to go inside the pocket. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let me cook. So she's very happy with it. She was content. She spent her whole night in there, except at 3 a.m. where she went downstairs for a drink of water. How do I know that she went downstairs for a drink of water at 3 a.m.? Because Ella obsessively checks her app. That's right. We have a dog water bowl app for her fountain. For some reason, for whatever stupid reason, her water fountain came with an app. And Ella constantly tells me about how much water Yuna has drank at any given time. It's the most who asked scenario I could possibly imagine in my life. When Ella's sitting there telling me about Yuna's water intake habits. Like a pita pocket. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Yeah, for real. That's a better way of putting it. You're right about that. Okay, one last pattern on her, and then I gotta figure out the gauntlet, and then I gotta figure out a couple more details for him, and then we start doing actual line work for painting. So uncertain as to whether I want to do line work, hatched color painting, or if I want to do a full-on painting. I'm thinking line work, color, hatched painting, because then that kind of builds a level of consistency into all the artwork that I've done so far. And if I really want to do landscapes that are not, then I can do that later. So I think Taco Pocket is a better description of a snoozer cave, but the real name is much better. I don't know if I can call it a snoozer cave. I think that's too much for me. I think I'm yeah. I think I'm out on that one. I'm also not canonizing Yuna into Eldara. I don't care what you nerds say. You can't make me. We'll do a light pattern here, nothing like crazy. Nothing like the Geminos that was a bit intense for me to draw and try and figure out how to fit into perspective on a piece of fabric. So something really chill. This will be less of a sage oh, maybe it should be a sage pattern actually. Oh shit, because these are general sages and not actual characters. Phi Art, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. This looks like a bard etched drawn in a pub or something between quests. Yes, that's the idea. So when I first started all this kind of art, Vandalite, I wanted to make it feel like it was in world, right? Make it feel like it was a drawing that a bard would draw of a heroic character or a figure from lore or something along those lines. So that's to help kind of emphasize the fantasy of it. That's the reason why I choose this traditional style, is because I feel like the old school RPGs and books and video games that had this kind of style of artwork for their concept helped emphasize that kind of in-world feeling, and that's my entire goal with this art. So yes, absolutely, 100 times yes. That's the vibe. I'm validated by you saying that. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I should do another Astral Sage style pattern here. And also just the pressure of the art of this piece of art is like really high, because I just really don't want to mess up the general vibe of Astral Sages for Teleria. I want people to really get a good sense of this is what it's like to play an Astral Sage. And, you know, I could see myself playing an Astral Sage or whatever. That's the whole intent. So I'm trying to be like kind of generic, if that makes sense. So that there's just like an idea of sages are kind of like very diverse as far as their, you know, their magical tradition that they kind of embody. And you can be, you know, a very different kind of astral sage. There's no like mechanics and rules around it that you have to adhere to, like there would be for an astral knight. An astral knight has a lot of rules and some restrictions and vibes that need to be taken consideration for and things like that. So a knight's a different, you know, challenge. But a sage is supposed to be somewhat open as far as character creation goes. Otherwise, people aren't going to play them, and I wouldn't blame them. I would not blame them. I mean, I also want sages to be like one part astral sage and one part whatever kind of like culture you're from, whatever the magic tradition is there. So, you know, Elvari or Rith or Shattered Sea or Stone Markian, any of those things. I want a big emphasis on that. So like the orders change very widely depending on where the members are from and that whole kind of idea. So I gotta be sort of conscious of that. But it's weird to then try and design a generic Astral Sage in that idea, you know? Because then what is generic in that sense? Damn, wait. This is tougher than I thought. Yeah, wait, shit. I got a project on my hands, man. It's gonna be a tough weekend. It's okay if I crash out from doing this piece. I'll just paint Ulner's character for the rest of the week or whatever. Oh, I mean, it's like what, Wednesday, Thursday. No, I can finish this week probably. I've been finishing art so rapidly recently. I've never worked this efficiently in my entire life. I have no idea why. I just decided that I was gonna be more efficient. What an unsatisfying like end to a year-long like struggle of trying to be better at like efficiently making art. It's like, man, I've been struggling for a long time because I kind of had this conversation with Fishy. She's been one of the most kind of like, she's been one of my best friends in as far as like checking in on me. Like she's one of the few people that obsessively checks in on me to make sure I'm like okay, and like, hey, how's this going? Are you okay with this project? Like I know you're feeling pretty low about this last week. How you doing? And so she's kind of kept up on the whole thing. And I kind of like had happy news to report to her a little while ago. Where I was like, yeah, man, I'm just like kind of working really hard now. And she's like, oh my God, that's amazing. Like, that's so awesome. Like, what happened? I'm so proud of you. And I'm like, I don't know. I just like decided to just like stop having problems and just work harder. Yeah, I just decided to do it. Mm-hmm. Yep. She's like, what? Why didn't you just decide to stop having problems working efficiently like 8 months ago? I'm like, I don't know, man. It's crazy. I don't know, dude. Well, to be honest, I reflecting upon it, I think that I had a lot of I think I was in my head a lot over the last year. I think I underestimated the power of being overwhelmed. That's like a big thing that I think it's one of those things that I'm going to talk about in a video. It's like one of my topics that I have like notes for is like project overwhelm. Actually, let me write that down on this one too. Because those are notes I'm actually gonna check this weekend. But yeah, it's one of those things that I'm gonna try and make a video on, is talking about the kind of the process of, specifically for artists, processing and dealing with what happens when you get overwhelmed. So I think that a lot of artists are the kind of people that bite off a lot of like really cool projects and really bite off, like eat with their eyes kind of thing when it comes to a lot of art. It's like I know it's a more niche issue than the kind of the very dramatic, like I have art block kind of thing that you hear more often on the internet, but I do think it's actually a pretty substantial issue. It's a lot of artists suffer from paralysis from being overwhelmed by their projects, especially if you choose something that has a very large scope to it. Or even, you know what, actually, where I think it'll be more of an applicable topic, which is why I'm actually gonna make a video on it, is also the whole idea of what's the term for the like fear of a blank page or a blank canvas. That's what I'm wondering, because I think it's the same circuit as that, but it's a different, like, it's the same circuit as whatever that kind of like blank page syndrome or whatever is, but it's a different like application of it, but it still hits the same like nerve points or whatever, or pain points. Does imposter syndrome come from that into that at all? So I don't. Man, where's the bread? I'm guessing Ella made bread. White page syndrome. Thank you, Eternal 7. Yes, I think that white page syndrome is a concentrated version of overwhelm. I think that's... Ella, can you shut the fuck up or at least close my door? Because you're yelling on Discord so loud I can consistently hear you fucking whining about grilled cheese. So can you either shut the fuck up or come upstairs and close my door for me, please? The mods are all on Discord right now, just cackling about some nonsense. Blank canvas, white page. Yeah, I think that it's the idea of you are overwhelmed. It's a concentrated feeling of overwhelm in that moment, where you are overwhelmed by the sheer possibility of what you can do. And so you know how sometimes artists say, draw something to get some texture on the page. There's an artist I met years ago, very talented dude that came to the game store that I worked at as an invited artist named Seb McKinnon. I've told this story before, but the TLDR is when I went out for dinner that night with Seb and I asked him about his process and how he starts a painting. And he said the most important thing he does is he starts making textures and colors and whatever. That's the first thing he does, is he makes an absolute mess on his canvas. And he paints digitally. And he said because if he stares at a white canvas too long, too many ideas hit him in his head and he can't focus at all. So as he creates textures, what he found is that the ideas that were less important fell away and the ideas that he wanted to focus on became more concentrated. And I thought that was so genius. But it's the same idea. It's the same sort of way to process overwhelm. But as far as imposter syndrome comes into it, so this might sound like I'm huffing incredible amounts of copium, but I actually disagree when people accuse me or diagnose me or suggest to me that I have imposter syndrome when I suggest that I am a terrible artist, not good enough, and all those things that I say kind of half tongue in cheek and half reminding myself that I have a really long way to go to where I want to be. For me, my idea of imposter syndrome is a feeling of a lack of confidence that comes from when new pressures are put on you that you don't have the confidence to overcome, right? So imposter syndrome moment would be someone's asked me to draw this really ambitious painting. I don't feel like I can do this. Like, I'm nervous about it. That's imposter syndrome to me. Other imposter syndromes are, oh my God, I got an influx of new viewers this week, new people. How do I manage that or whatever? That's like a streaming imposter syndrome type thing. Like I can't stream to 100 people. I can't stream to 10 people. You know, it's like, that's imposter syndrome. For me, when I sort of have this idea that I'm like very not good enough and very whatever, I think that I'm just like trying to be very literal with myself. Because at no point is the fact that the statement I'm a shitty artist, by the way, that I like to use all the time, or I'm a scuffed artist, doesn't end there. And I'm trying to improve every single day, and that's the theme of my stream, is trying to de-shitify myself. But like, I talk about every once in a while when I make pieces of art that I really like. I really liked the last piece I did, the Geminos. Like, I don't know if you guys saw the full start to finish process video that I posted on Instagram and fucking Twitter and YouTube and I don't know. But this one, I posted this one this week, and it's a full start to finish process video of this piece. And like, I really like this piece. There's a lot about it that I think is really shitty that I need to figure out how to do better, that I see right now and kind of like irks me quite a bit. But I really am proud of this for where I think that the miserable artist that I am, I think this is really good that I managed to pull this out of my ass and do this whole Geminos piece, right? And so imposters, I don't know. I think I have a different view of imposter syndrome than a lot of people. Some people say like, oh, well, the fact that you feel that way is just your imposter syndrome. It's like, okay, maybe I'm just so deluded that I have no idea what imposter syndrome actually is. But I legitimately think that I don't really suffer from imposter syndrome at all. I think that I just have a very deep acceptance that I'm a terrible fucking artist in the halls of the masters of our generation, in the pillars of the Dave Grecos, the Kekai Kotakis, the Steve Sketches, the Greg Rutowskis, the John Parks of the world, the Jamie Jones. When I look in that hall of titans, I'm like, I am but a fig. I'm but a fig rotting on the floor, you know, to be stepped on by greatness. And so I don't know. I don't think imposter syndrome comes into overwhelm at all. I think it can. I think it's a great insight to question what part of your imposter syndrome is overwhelming you, because it's a lack of confidence in the fact that you can actually do what you said you were going to do, or the projects you've taken on. So that's definitely something that I should probably talk about in that video. But from my own personal experience, I don't know if it is something that I can reference. But that's a great fucking thing to bring up in the video. Because I think it does it. I think that's something that I've heard as a constant for a lot. When I ask an artist why they feel overwhelmed, I think that is sort of a constant hum underneath, or a tone that, like, I have all these projects and I'm like, why is that a problem? They're like, because I don't know how I'm going to do them. And you're like, why don't you know how you're going to do them? Because I don't think I'm good enough to do them. Oh, there you go. There's your imposter syndrome. So I think it definitely can factor in, and is very right to kind of, like, you know, address in the idea of overwhelm. And I'm really glad you brought that up, because I wouldn't have otherwise. Because for me, the idea of overwhelm is sort of the idea of the white, of half, probably you're right, half of the white page syndrome, or blank canvas syndrome, or whatever. And that is that you just have so much possibility in front of you, you don't really know where to focus your time or your energy on. A lot of artists like working that way. Just throw something on the canvas and page and just let it become a thing. Others have to plan before they even start. Well, I do find that, honestly, spending some time working like this, that I spend a lot of time staring at this canvas texture, basically. And I do find that having the canvas texture in the background does sort, in some ways, help me focus onto a piece, because there's not just blank white. But I've never really been scared of a white blank page. It doesn't have, like, the sense of existential fear that I hear other artists sort of talk about. But I do get the idea of maybe sometimes being overwhelmed by it, because you feel like there's so many things you need to do. Like, overwhelmed for me is not like, oh my god, can I do this? Overwhelmed for me is like, between, like, where I am now and releasing the adventure, the Realms of Dar adventure, I see this line that's like 600 hours worth of art, painting, and whatever, and I'm like, oh my god, how am I gonna even start climbing this fucking thing? That's for me, for what overwhelm really is. But it definitely absolutely can be, can I do this? This is just gonna take a lot of time. So I probably should address both those things really well, if I can, or really, really intentionally, when I make that little video. So I think my issue is that I have too many ideas and I don't know what to actually do, or how to actually do those details and things. Well, that I think is a bit of there is a sense of lack of confidence in that, I think, still, that you need to sort of, like, be able to have the courage to do anyway, and then you begin to show yourself that you can do it. The way to build confidence is through courage, but the problem is courage takes energy, and we have to exert ourselves, and it's very painful to exert courage. But the problem is that all you have to do is exert that courage a little bit for a little while, and then that the need to exert courage to take on these things fades away and gives way to a path of confidence where you're like, I can trust myself. And remember, it's what I always used to say to myself, and I still do sometimes, which is kind of a silly phrase, and I'm not saying it's a good mantra, but if you want to think of a mantra that I used to use, that I still sometimes reference, is trust your hands. I'd say, like, come on, man, just trust your hands. You know what you're doing. Like, just trust your hands. Your hands know what they're doing. You have done this. You're not some, like, irredeemably shitty artist. You've proven to yourself you're not irredeemable, that you'll never, it's not impossible for you to improve. Like, just fucking trust your hands. They know what they're doing. They might screw up. You might screw this up 4 times, but, like, just give yourself enough time to do this shit tonight. You'll figure it out. And I had to do it with this piece. I could not get this character. Like, I don't know if I saved all my process, but I can show you some of the process that I had. I think I started. Hold on, I don't want to accidentally bring up some fucking booba or whatever. I mean, yeah, okay, this is a good example. Because I don't like bring up anatomy sketches when they're like the naked character. I don't draw bits when I'm drawing an anatomy character, but sometimes, like, I could not get her pose correct. The only thing I used from this character was I used the hand, because I spent a lot of time trying to figure out, like, sage hand gestures and stuff. So you'll notice this is the exact same hand flipped. But I tried really hard to figure out these two characters. He was going to be holding like a rock or something with, like, a confident smirk or whatever. And so, you know, and then I was, like, trying other things for sages, and this is going to be another piece of art somewhere else in the Astral Sage sort of, like, codex or whatever, is this dude, like, kind of meditating over his staff. But it wasn't the title piece that I wanted to work on. So it took me a while to arrive at this. Like, the male sage, I kind of had a general idea of what he was going to look like. The female sage, it took me a while to arrive here, and I'm, like, sitting there kind of frustrated. I'm just like, breathe. Trust your hands. You'll get it. You haven't gotten it in 5 attempts. Might take you another hour. Just trust yourself. And that's important, I think, to be able to do once in a while. I think the issue is I have too many ideas and I don't know how to actually do those details things. Where was I? Is that what? I'm not a real artist, but that's what I do too. When I make little sketches, I start by making marks on the page until it turns into a mountain. That's fine too. Yeah, 100%. Comparing yourself to others is usually going to lead down a bad path. I like drawing because it feels good. I'm okay with my skill level without needing to be better than the art titans. Yeah, I mean, so I think that's very wise. They do say comparison is the thief of joy and all those things that are very true. I don't, honestly, Eternal, I don't know how to word this. Maybe you guys can help me think about a way to kind of word this so I can talk about it in a YouTube video. But the idea of the 10, what is it, the 10, like the people always reference the idea of the 10-second 100-meter dash or whatever, or there's this like idea in running that for the longest time this record of a sub 10-second 100-meter dash or something along those lines could not be broken. No one broke it or whatever, and then somebody did it, and then everyone started breaking it. Everyone started breaking the record for it. High school guys were breaking the record for it, And so for me, when I look at the sort of the titans of art, there is a sort of an unhealthy nail of comparison drilled in. But for me, the way I do see it is that it is aspirational in a way that it allows me to sort of continue to push and avoid mediocrity. And that's how I use comparison. And it can get unhealthy, and maybe I do sound unhealthy when I'm like, oh, I'm a fucking rotting fig on the floor of the hall of art titans. But realistically, it's a very optimistic message, because in that sort of comparison, the formative, in that kind of comparison of me and the art titans, I try and frame it with as much hope and optimism as I can. Because setting when I look at that as the goal of what's possible, it helps me normally helps me kind of like understand and contextualize and accept the amount of work and suffering that goes into improving sometimes. And that's why I use that comparison, is because it's not supposed to be necessarily something where I'm like, oh, it's a bad idea to compare yourself to others and whatever. You're in your own journey, you're on your own path, whatever. And that's absolutely wise and true. But for me, I've always noticed this like productive sense of comparison where I look at George Lucas's Star Wars and I'm like, that's how you write a modern myth, and it's possible to do so. Even though so many other people have tried and failed, there's still a sense of like it's possible. When I was talking to Ella last night, actually, I won't ramble this too long, but I was talking about with writing about Ella last night, about writing. There we go. Sorry. And she was telling me about some Sanderson stuff and whatnot, and she kind of came to the educated conclusion that Sanderson is not the person that I necessarily want to study for writing. That he's a good way to study technical stuff, but she said, like, Evan, Sanderson, like, the way it, like, the Cosmere is not the kind of lore and story you want to tell with Eldara. And I kind of had this moment where I'm like, shit, he was my only hope. He was my only hope for modern fantasy art, like, writers. That he would be the person that I could model off of, because she's like, it doesn't, the Cosmere is great and Sanderson's lovely, but he doesn't possess the mythological human story that the Lord of the Rings does. And unfortunately, like, nobody fucking does. And so if I'm trying to tell a fantasy story that hits the archetypal human heroes and whatnot, that I need to study Tolkien specifically, but Tolkien is so arcane and esoteric when it comes to understanding why it's good, that so many people, thousands if not hundreds of thousands of writers have tried to emulate it, and basically all of them have failed. And so it's like, it's terrifying when I stand up against that and realize exactly how deep the ravine is between me and where I want to go. It's almost too much for the human soul to bear, that kind of like oh my god, what is this actually going to take to do? But it doesn't make me despair. It makes me hopeful, because I still think that even if I try and attempt to create my Star Wars, to create my Lord of the Rings, to become Greg Rutowski, to become Michelangelo, to embody Rembrandt, to do these things at the highest level of human experience, I still think that's a life worth living, even if you never get there. But it's a career worth having, even if you never get there, so long as you don't spend the entire time lamenting the fact that you aren't there, but instead joyously pursuing the unobtainable. That's the kind of way that I think about it. So I don't know. Is that unhealthy? Is there a better way I can word that for the video? Artists could do with a little more delusion. Being slightly overconfident is great for pushing yourself. Yeah. Nothing regarding comparing yourself to the top pros, which a lot of artists don't realize. There's a completely separate skill associated with marketing yourself and your art. Sometimes it just comes down to dumb luck and something going viral to break out. Definitely. You know, because I have to understand that too. Because like, there's nothing that makes me feel like a worse artist about myself. And I'll be real here for a second. I'll be real. I'll be honest with you guys. You want to know what makes me feel like the worst artist, like the worst about myself as an artist? The fact that so little people, for how long I've been doing this, care comparatively to other people who do more, you know, mainstream stuff. That's what I wrestle with sometimes. That's my vulnerable moment as an artist. But, you know, that's also one of those comparison things that I can't take seriously, because yeah, you can't look at somebody like, you know, doing something completely different from you and wildly succeeding and think that like, why don't I have that kind of attention? Why am I not getting that kind of feedback from the world? So that's when it gets very dangerous, you know? You see Lord of the Rings anime movie series from Amazon that came out last year? No, I basically kind of ignored mostly all of the Lord of the Rings stuff after Rings of Power was not exactly my cup of tea. Anything that's a Lord of the Rings story that's not the Lord of the Rings movies or whatever, I'm like kind of checked out on. So people say the anime is really good though, the new one, the Rohirrim whatever anime, but no, I haven't, Nick. That's Instagram. It is, right? And that's the thing, is like I can't let that affect me too much. But also the problem is that I consider the like the Realms of Eldara adventure episode 1 Horizon. This is something that I'm releasing no matter what, right? So it's coming out this year. The full adventure episode 1 or 2 or whatever it's going to say, that is going to require a Kickstarter. And for that Kickstarter to work, I think you need a certain reach. You could say for this Kickstarter to be successful, you need to have like 10,000 Instagram followers, right? And then for the Realms of Eldara campaign guide, you need to do a much more substantial Kickstarter. And that might require to do an entire campaign guide, like at least a reach of 100,000 followers. And so that's when I start worrying about it. I don't care how many people like my stuff on social media. That doesn't matter to me. But it's just the sheer amount of reach and marketing as that goes that gives me a little bit of pause and a little bit of stress from time to time. So I do still see it as a relevant number, even though obviously you can't agonize over it too much, you know? That's human, but you have to look past that, keep growing what you do, want to accomplish, and don't do it for the views. Yeah, for real. As much as I can. The problem is sometimes the views will gate the project, and I need to kind of like be aware of that or conscious of it, which is the stressful part. All right, her atlas. Time for an atlas. This is going to be a big one. This is going to be an important piece, because this is going to be the quintessential astral atlas that people see. So let me get up a reference of other atlas I've done before. I really liked. Do I like Rose's atlas or Scarlet's atlas more? I think this atlas. The atlas is, by the way, is this round orb thingy in the corner. Astral sages use them as like spellcasting focuses. It's kind of like their weapon. Hers looks pretty dope. Rose's, I think, is more traditional. It's the first one I really did. It's got more like stuff going on inside. So I think I'm going to try and reference that. I'm going to do the exterior nonsense, and I'm going to try and make the inside full of all these like little like planets and shit with the little like disc and central world. Really make it look like kind of a 3D like astrolabe kind of thing. Armillary sphere, I suppose. Okay. How do we do this? How do we do this? I'm gonna do it right here, I think. Because I don't want it too big, right? I don't want it too big. Center it. I'm going to do it definitely more of a profile type thing. And I'll fix the perspective on the actual piece. So we're just going to do the design for now. Not, what's up, dude? How's it going? Hello. How you been? Good to see you, my friend. So that's so hard. It's also being good at social media doesn't one-to-one relate to your art skills as an artist. So I think you're right, but also, Kara, I have this like really... So yes, you're right. However, I think that there's this sort of like point where you can be so good that you are inevitable. You're unavoidable. You know? I think that yes, for social media, you can't just like post your art into the abyss and expect people to care about it. But there's a certain point where an artist can be so unbelievably good. This is like the Greg Rutowski idea, you know, like if you are Greg Rutowski, even if you just post your art and then like walk away, you are just so good that it is impossible for you to not to be noticed. And that to me is kind of the aspiration. You just kind of like brute force social media. You don't necessarily have to like think about it too hard or whatever. You literally brute force it, and that's like the kind of the only reliable path in my opinion. Besides, like everything else kind of relies on you sort of admitting that you're getting lucky, or in some ways, like I don't know, hoping for the best, and then not really being able to kind of drive the progress yourself. You know. Don't know when I was last here, so I don't know when I should update about knots. Let's just keep it at things being good. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Well, either way, I'm glad you stopped by. We missed you. Speaking of real artists. Now, these orbs need to be a little dangerous. They need to have, like, a blade on top of them. What's the blade for? Don't worry about it, man. Or maybe we'll do the blade on the bottom and do a little nub on the top. Let's do that. Blade on top. I changed my mind. I altered my mind. Leave me alone. I'm allowed to, alright? Sages are whimsical. I'm being whimsical. This is where we really like get to show off some of their like design kind of like, I guess, consistent style, the floral element, the beautiful kind of sage Mandela rings, the love of spheres. The atlas, I think, is the core component that shows visual style for astral sages. It is the most important element, I think, for that. So looks like he works hard, and there are lots of shorts. Yeah, for real, there's that too. But that's just the level of being amazing that I think you just can't be avoided at that point in time. So there is though, you're very right, Nix, there is things to learn every single time. That is, I mean, like, one of the motivating things for me, like, doing so much more stream, like, work, is that I'm trying to make, like, multiple videos a week. I've recorded shorts. And some of them do very well, and others, like, kind of tank, and it's like, whatever. But really, realistically, the reason why I'm doing the shorts is not to grow on social media. The shorts are for me, and that's kind of crazy how it's working out so well. The shorts and editing them and learning this whole process of doing YouTube shorts is so that I have a reason to record my process. And I'll keep whining about it all year. Nothing has helped me more in the last couple months than recording my process.
Like a bony tooth covered super Satan with those little girl fairy wings whispering I'm being whimsical.
I mean, that's a weird meta today, Jerry. I don't know if I want to rate that one. Thanks for the bits. They also range weapons. Ideas are forming quickly. No, they don't really like do. Like, they don't really just send their atlas to people to attack them. That's not really a thing that a sage would do. That's a bit reckless. The spheres, like, the atlas is not a delicate piece of intricate trinkature, but it's also not, like, a weapon. It's not a bludgeoning weapon. You can't just, like, it can be broken for D&D rules purposes. I'm not even really addressing when an atlas breaks all that much. There'll be a little like small thing about the loss of an atlas and what you can do and how it changes your character if you're the int caster, not the charisma caster. But it will ultimately not be something I really focus on, and because it's something I don't want to encourage DMs to do. It's not a place that I want you to attack your players. Like, you know, the whole idea of like, oh, I'm gonna make you fall in a river and now your spell book is damaged and haha, you didn't have a magic enchanted spell book, so now you don't have spells today. Sucks to be you, cantrip Andy. And it's kind of like a fun, like, little oh phooey challenge for your wizards. The problem is that if you break your atlas, that's like a substantial issue for your player. So I'm not going to encourage DMs to really even target them. They're kind of just like little like non-combat companion like lore thingies that float around your character. Because I don't really want DMs to feel like they can go and really be targeting them all that much. So sages are whimsical. Yeah, that's right, Nick. No, I get you, Daria. You draw it's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sophia. Yes, I did. I'm working on this piece right now. It's just the under sketch for a piece that I'm going to be spending a little bit more time on once I get all the details and ideas down. But I'll show you what a piece like this will look like towards the end. When it's finished, it should look something like this if I keep it black and white. So this is like what a finished work looks like of the same variety. So you can see a lot of the kind of like the same kind of hatching and design stuff. And right now I'm just kind of in the sketch phase, just figuring out ideas. So thank you though. It's a very important piece to me. So I'm a little nervous today about making sure it looks good. So I appreciate the vote of confidence. You're talented. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're very kind. I'm totally thinking about slowly driving that bottom spike through the brain of a troublesome troll. I mean, they could. Look, it's been known to happen. But no, I mean, like, here's the thing, Atari. I've been contemplating if I want to give sages telekinetic abilities. The problem is, so here's two problems, or actually a reason for it and a reason against it. So the reason why I think it makes sense is because if we follow the lore, it tracks to say that the Eldari used the magics of the sages, the rings, all that kind of stuff, to build the world, right? We know that. It's the magic of creation. And so I like the idea of being able to use these like great floating rings and runes and stuff to manipulate the world around you, stones and whatever, and you could sort of like control gravity in a way. That's the vibe with sages. They can make themselves fly. They can basically cast fly on themselves. It's a thing that a sage can do. I think they can cast on others too. It's a single rune spell where you touch one of your companions or you just use it on yourself, and then you gain a flight speed for 10 minutes. And so manipulating gravity kind of has that sense of spacey kind of astral sage magic that I like. The downside is, early on when I created the astral sage, I noticed that when I gave them sort of an esoteric, unknown magic that is the primeval kind of building block of all other magic, a lot of people said, like, kind of didn't really listen to the idea because, like, who cares? But just said, oh, Star Wars. Oh, they're Jedi. And it's like, no. They're more like proto-wizards. And they're like, oh, Jedi proto-wizards. And you're like, no, stop. God fucking damn it. So I wanted to avoid... telekinetic magic and hurling rocks and things like that, like the plague. Because I felt like that's one of those things that people would be like, see, they are like Jedi. But I think that was a me thing because I associate telekinetic magic so much with Jedi because of the Star Wars Saga Edition Jedi that play mechanically that heavily. So I think that if I brand it around sort of an anti-grav manipulation of objects, where you can, like, yeah, you have the cool vibe of like picking up a bunch of stones and hurling them at something, or even picking someone up and hurling that at somebody else. I think that's a really cool mechanic that sages could do for a certain amount of runes or whatever. I like it, especially because their armillary sphere, known as the Astral Atlas, does use that kind of magic, is floating around, gravity, whatnot. So I want to add that in. That's the reason why I hadn't used it. And I have more lore reasons to use telekinetic magic. But But would they use their Astral Atlas as a telekinetic weapon and fling their Atlas spike ahead at somebody? Well, someone certainly has in the history of Astral Sages, you know? Hey, somebody has. Is it anti-gravity or redirected gravity? Things just fall in the direction they want. I think it's one of those sort of like mystical things where it kind of is the manipulation of gravity in a general sense that you are kind of doing that all at once. So the technical aspect of it is something I'm going to kind of leave a bit arcane, and I won't explain the specifics of it, but it'll be kind of the effect of you can pick up some like a great piece of stone behind you, and like what the way I'm gonna okay, so like for the D&D nerd side of it, the way I'm gonna format the spell is I'm gonna actually make it an X rune spell where you can spend as many runes as you want, and depending on the weight of the object, you can spend more runes on it, because part of the theme of the Astral Sage as a D&D class is that I want players to have decisions that are interesting on how they spend their spell slots. That's why they have runes instead of spells, because the runes can be used to concentrate your magic and be able to spend really big, wide, amazing spells all at once, and then you're kind of spent, you're kind of done. So imagine like a spell in D&D where you would spend all of your first, second, third, and fourth level spells to cast some amazing spell that does some amazing thing or whatever. But that spell is much easier to cast when you're 15th level, you know? So that's why they have runes, and they can spend runes to do more spell effects, whatever. A spell that costs 1 rune will deal less damage than a spell that costs 3 runes, but 3 instances of the single rune spell will do more damage than the 3 rune spell for kind of balance. So it's not worth it to just always use the bigger spell. And with that, I think that the spatial fucking forces magic, like Nick said, anti-grav telekinetic spell will be that you need to spend more runes on heavier objects. But if you do spend you're like a max level sage and you spend all 9 of your runes to lift up some massive thing, I love the vibe of that, of just being able to hurl like a house at somebody, or like some massive rune from your rune set across the map. One thing that will happen with sages at 17th or 18th level, I forget where it is, but sages at 17th or 18th level also just get a fly hover speed because they just sort of manipulate the world around them. So that comes from the art that I did of the head sage, basically Star Speaker Ariel, where I drew her floating, and I thought that was kind of a vibe for her, that she'd always just be floating. And so that kind of comes from the, you know, the vibe of sages doing sage things like that. All right, our Millery Sphere time. But I think I am going to give them a strong telekinetic spell in a sense of using that kind of like gravity defying, spatial warping, whatever kind of magic. And hopefully players like it. Like, I don't know, I'm always like very nervous and apprehensive about the Sage, because I'm really kind of breaking a lot of D&D conventions here for the Sage, and I don't know if people are going to like it or not. And I guess I can't really know until I try it. But it seems like people in general are positive about it. The problem is that I'm worried that we have a uniquely positive group of like D&D enthusiasts and mechanics enthusiasts in our guild because of the fact that they, you know, want to see something new. And I talk about like doing stuff differently. And there's not a lot of within our guild, there's not a lot of reverence for Dungeons and Dragons rules as written. People are usually pretty willing to see and do weird and different and new things. And so it's kind of like, I'm worried that the general D&D population at large will be more concerned about how balanced and correct something is and close to Dungeons and Dragons canon and whatever else, and that I'll make something kind of truly unique as a class that nobody's going to want because yeah, I mean, it's gonna be one of those things that that I just get like glasses adjusted and nerded or whatever on the internet over it. Cheetos dust covered glasses adjusting game store nerds like me are gonna hate it, and then I don't know if that actually matters though. That's the problem. I don't actually know if it matters that people who are like rules lawyery, like really like hardcore D&D rules enthusiasts, if they don't like it, like maybe that's not a market that I need to like really worry about, because if the people in our guild like it and our Discord like it, that's kind of maybe good enough for me as far as mechanic goes. Lessen gravity on the boulder now increases the gravity force on his face. Yeah, exactly. But then if you do that, there's like kind of this thing about like, you know, then what else gets sort of sucked in? They have the ability to sort of expel things pretty aggressively, you know, if you are in combat and part of one of your protective sort of like melee spells is that you can kind of throw and cast away everyone around you with a pretty easy or hard to make save. It's like a repulsion kind of thing. So I don't know, we'll see if people like it. Right now I'm just focused on the vibe and the art, and I think that's kind of all I can really focus on right now, obviously, is the general vibe of the art. I got a lot of layers right now. I gotta figure out what layer things are on. I think I just need to like start writing things and pursue things with a lot more confidence. Because, you know, really at the end of the day, I need to do something that kind of like I believe in, that I think is cool, project that I think is like kind of fun and neat. If I'm not doing that, it's like, what am I doing? It's like I have a lot of confidence when it comes to the art, as far as like making my own kind of like ideas and whatnot. But then as soon as it comes to mechanics and D&D actual rules, I just know that I'm so out of my depth with a lot of it, because even though I'm playing D&D longer than absolutely any single person I like and I know, I don't use a lot of D&D mechanics the way they're supposed to be used. Like, part of the spirit, I was very like kind of surprised when I first started streaming and talking about D&D all the time, the amount of people that were like super like, this is the way you play D&D. And I was like, really? You guys have like a set way of doing it? What? I was very confused. Like, what do you mean you can't do it like this? What? There's no rules? Who told you that? And everyone's like, but that's the way you play D&D. It's like, oh shit, I guess I missed something. Okay. Cool, I guess. I didn't know. That really gave me a lot of pause. Contemplate what it is actually that people wanted out of D&D, kind of like mechanics and content and adventure. But the classes need to be playtested a bunch. It's not everyone will adjust easily to how the Astral Knight and Sage works. Yeah, Thor can give me a lot of great notes on it. Guapo and I still haven't talked about it, and I'm not sure if Blaze has given me any feedback for the Sage yet. But to be fair, they also didn't really get a chance to play it all that in depth. They played first and second level Sages, which is why I need to do a playtest, a substantial playtest of higher level players through a like a kind of a multi-dungeon series of fights, or multi-fight dungeon, kind of one shot one night. I just need to get a bunch of people who want to do it. Like, if I can get like 6 people who are willing to do like pretty efficient combat one night to jam some Astral Sage stuff and knights, and then just start throwing and hurling like high level encounters at them and see what happens. Because one of the coolest things about class design is, in my opinion, is seeing people make decisions that with the mechanics in ways that you weren't anticipating, that you're like, oh, you can do that. Oh shit, you know? It's like, damn, I hadn't thought about that. That's fucking cool. You know, like Thorkin just like constantly casting his cantrip on himself, and I'm like, well, I need to make something again that makes so you can't do that. And I was like, wait, why don't I just let Sages do that if they're the incaster as their defensive, and then give the charisma caster a different defensive? Oh, sick. And then suddenly that becomes like part of it, you know? Yeah, it's real cool. All right, there's our Astral Atlas. There's the first canonical EBA art Astral Atlas. I kind of put it up here. I think I'm gonna put it up there because I think she can still be manipulating it even if it's not directly in front of her hand. But then it's in front of her instead of behind her, and it's a little bit small to be in front of her. I think it's more off to the side. It's probably better. Shit. Yeah, that's not bad, I think. Oops, where did that move? What the fuck? Okay. God damn it. Okay, give me 1 sec real quick. Konsky, just do it. I'm completely new to D&D, but are you a DM? Yes, yeah. So all my art and everything I do is it's all for me building a adventure that I'm making. So an adventure in a campaign setting, and it's where I've run all my D&D games in my own world in this setting for the last 5 or 6 years. So yeah, all right, give me 1 sec. Alright, we Gucci. We Gucci. Where's my gloves? There they are. Sick. Pleather is just the worst. Wait, what? Wait, what? I think my chair is made of leather. I don't think it's real leather. Seems to be fine. Alright. So, We have the Astral Atlas. That's important. I don't know what our boy over here is contemplating, but he's contemplating an orb. I gotta figure out exactly what this is. I'm just gonna do a little bit of shading on this real quick, and then we'll draw the orb. And then I should be good to like start like getting it, I think. Let me just zoom out a bit on him. There we go. Do a little bit of whatever just to make the line work phase easier. And I think we'll be good. What is the orb? What do? So, there's like in the story, probably not the first adventure, but in one of the Sage stories, there's going to be a, how do I describe it? Sages use these little like kind of gemstone and metal kind of strange constructions, orbs to do like certain spell casting, I guess. They need it for certain spell casting. When you have a large rune circle or whatever, just like the armillary sphere in the Atlas, you see it has like certain little elements here. Sophia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Honored to have you. They will also use sort of physical large versions of the same thing to help make alignments. So past that, there's like some cool secrety nonsense that is adventure spoilers about applications, but more or less that's why he has one in one of these main like art concepts, is because he is more the charisma caster as opposed to the int caster. So he is more in the vibe of doing those large sort of like communal ritual temple spells, as opposed to the individual sagecraft that you'd be doing more often or not with your Atlas. It's also like kind of a meditation thing. Like a lot of these sages, when they are you know, like I described it in the book, or the article, that the sages have like not just two mechanical differences between the monks and the wizards, more or less, but also two kind of like levels of, I don't want to say religious adherence, but let's just say spiritual adherence to the sage arts, where like meditation in alignment is a very important part of the charisma casters, versus a technical aligning of your device and measurement is an important part of the int casters. And there are two traditions within the sage order that are kind of the two main ways of doing it. Now, as you are sort of aligning your Atlas as a sage in the morning, or whatever you're doing to realign yourself for a new day, a new cycle for your spells, restoring your rune slots, if you were an int caster, that's what you'd be doing. If you were a charisma caster, though, you'd often be doing some sort of a meditation. It'd be on aligning your spirit, your chakras, whatever, you know, with the cosmos, with the deep sky. And so to do that, a lot of these sages will also have like a series of kind of like, you know, those like little marble sets you can get that look like all the different planets. They'd have like a kit of those, like a box of those gems, probably like, you know, I don't know, between 5 and 15, whatever, man, it's your jam. That then they'd use as like kind of, they would like orbit the sage as he or she is meditating on whatever their presence is in the cosmos. And so that's kind of what, like, he's just sort of spinning a bunch of these orbs, like little spheres around this orb, I guess, just kind of fidgeting with it, or aligning something within it. But no, it's more I'm more drawing the vibe of it, but they do have like actual sort of mechanical and lore based reasons for doing sage nonsense. I just don't want to specifically go into what the thing you'll find in game is going to be, because the one thing that the mods actually didn't do is the mods didn't find this when they did their first playthrough of Horizon. So you go back to Grand Crest, not just with information from Zephyrin, you go back with a physical item, and I didn't really want to spoil anything until the adventure's like good. So I didn't have them do that. But there's another element in there for Horizon. If it was a long-term thing, it was like way down the road, I'd spoil it. But because this is literally a big component of Horizon, I don't want to. It's like that moment of finding the golden idol. I didn't really want to spoil it, or I don't really want to spoil it on stream for people who are going to play through the adventure. That's like part of it. I was confused for a second, wondering if we missed something. No, I just didn't. I just didn't give it to you guys. That's it. That's all it is. You didn't miss shit. Don't worry about it. More of a me thing, I guess, than anything else. I hit my mute button in time for that sneeze, right? The mute button's kind of sticky, like it doesn't really like push down properly. I gotta get a new stream deck. I'm always like nervous. Check stream topics. That's how I see Sano's book working as his astral atlas. All right, let's see your silly non-canonical. No, let's see how Sano's book. That's not a book. That's a man with a trident made of a twig. What the fuck? That's not Sano. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's dope. I fucking love that. I want to do a whole thing of Astral Atlasi, as it were, of like different designs of them. I don't know about a book, but I guess sure. I mean, whatever. That's a fucking cool idea. Curious to see what kind of things people are gonna grab onto and what ideas they're gonna want to sort of rewrite, like a book instead of an atlas. Oh, the book can do calculations in the pages. Yeah, that's neat. I kind of like that vibe. The lore implications of that would be great, but for a homebrew character, that's fucking sick. One of those things where I can't set the exceptions. I can only set the rule, but I'm always super interested in what the exceptions are that people come up with. One of the reasons why reading Atari's writing is so interesting to me is the phenomenal like additions you guys make to a already set idea or a shaky idea. Help solidify it. It's really cool. I'm always very enthusiastic about that. I can't wait to see the first like pieces of like in-game character art people make for their characters. If like I'm sitting here assuming people are going to want to make in-game character art. I'm assuming people are going to want to play their characters in game. Like hold on, chill out here. Let's just assume that the adventure is well received and that people want to play through the adventure, and then they want to make character art for themselves for their canonical like Horizon playthrough or whatever. That's going to be really cool for me. It's gonna be cool if somebody asks, like, commissions me to do character art for like a party or whatever playing through Horizon. That'll be really dope. Somebody did ask me yesterday, I believe. Yesterday. No, whatever. This week to do a piece for them for a Horizon game, which was really cool. Very excited to do that for them. So I guess it's one person so far. Still thinking of a Gemenos. I'm debating another Astral Sage, but far more sagey. Well, that's reasonable. That's totally fine. Give it a different vibe from the previous one. Why not? Yeah, shit. Gotta do like runic sort of Eldari script all over his clothing here and there. I'm like, I really gotta write the mechanics for this with the same kind of confidence that I make the art. I don't know why I'm so nervous about it, you know? Why I'm so anxiously anticipating the negative feedback. It's like, because I'm gonna need to parse through feedback when I start getting it from people, especially that aren't like, you know, people that found the project through the stream or care about it, but just like generalized kind of like internet feedback that you get whenever you put anything out in the wild, right? I'm gonna have to parse through the like productive feedback and then just the kind of the glasses adjusting feedback. Which I don't get a lot of right now, so it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. But I am like trying to make things as solid as possible so I have like a good legs to stand on when it comes to mechanics. Because I will never be somebody that can write mechanics as well as like technical balance, like mechanics, as well as some people out there who have been doing it obsessively for their entire like time playing D&D. Right? It's like trying to figure out the broken Baldur's Gate build. I'm not gonna figure that out. Somebody else is gonna figure it out, and then I'll like fucking use it or whatever. That's kind of the way I feel about it. So when it comes to mechanics for the Sage, it's like I can make it. Hopefully, I'm trying to lean into what I think I can do, is just create an interesting gameplay vibe that feels really good to play, as opposed to trying to like solidify something that's extremely well balanced and perfectly measured and takes into consideration every single subclass and multi-class and isn't broken even the slightest. Because it's like almost like I'll never. It's like I have confidence to do that for maps, right? Dark Angel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, Dark Angel. Are you able to zoom in by any chance on what? On what part, Steel, specifically? Would you like to see? But yeah, like for maps, I never like think of myself as drawing a literal map. I'm not a cartographer, man. So I don't use the term cartography unless I'm joking. The map is supposed to inspire adventure, not tell you the exact distance between things, because I don't fucking know how to make a map like that. Goddamn, nobody does. You know? But if you claim that you do, then people are like, oh, well, actually, here's the inaccuracies that you're doing. It's like, damn, okay, fair enough. So there's like a serious part of me that, like, for maps, I'm okay writing it off and just sort of like doing the map. But I don't know why for mechanics now I can't sort of have the same kind of like level of disconcern or disregard, sorry, for my concerns. The rune staff on the clothes. Oh, and the clothes like the belt. Oh, it's just yeah, it's just implying texture, because I'm gonna figure out what this is gonna look like later, or I'm gonna paint it in as a texture. It's there's nothing to reference here. It's just supposed to like zooming in almost is like defeating the point of it, I guess you could say. So it's like the stuff on his like robe here. It's not like they're actual runes. Like around his necklace, these are actual runes that he's wearing, like Eldari runes that like mean something to him or whatever. But this stuff is just sort of like filigree and whatnot. It doesn't actually mean anything. It's just sort of to imply and to make space for when I actually go over this with either proper line work or paint it, that I know to either make a texture there or figure something out. Either way, details are gorgeous. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm working on the under piece right now. Just the concept. Yeah, this is like what a piece looks like when it's finished. So this is kind of what we're going to arrive at. If I do this in black and white, if I do choose to do this in color, it'll be a completely new experiment. But this is what it looks like when I like do a fully like kind of inked version of this piece. So you can see that there's like a lot of, this is just an under sketch to then go over with proper line work later, if I do it that way. So I'm not quite sure. The silver clouds, yeah, the clouds are intentional. That is an intentional design element right now. So taking away the effect, the illusion, yeah, the illusion is broken, the immersion is gone. Your immersion. Airy Blue? Probably didn't get that right. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. Welcome in. Welcome both y'all. I'm honored. Seriously, thanks for stopping by. That's beautiful. Oh man, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm telling you, y'all being way too nice today. It's giving me a vote of confidence that I sorely needed but probably don't deserve, so. I appreciate it. Okay. That's almost why I'm trying to stay zoomed out a little bit, Steel, is for a couple of reasons, but one of them is that I'm trying to make sure the details look good as texture is zoomed out, as opposed to making sure that it all sort of fits as something when zoomed in. Wrap a piece of cloth around his arm here. Someone's light pattern on it or whatever. There is always a case to be made for artists to never zoom in. It's like one of those things that like can be a bad habit depending on how like it's one of those things that's a bad habit if your work is struggling. If you zoom in a lot or you spend time doing something that's like unorthodox or like a bad practice, like traditionally, people don't say it's a bad practice or whatever if you're like doing well and your art's like, you know, looking good and stuff. But if you're struggling and like having problems, then it's like, aha, well, you spent too much time zoomed in, so clearly that's the, you know what I mean? It's one of those things. I ain't worried about it. But for me, there's times when you want to stay zoomed out and times when it's okay for me to like get really deep in. Like I go super like, you know, I don't know, where do I like for this, I'll go super zoomed in for drawing these kind of details or like, you know, sketching out her face or whatever. But for this kind of stuff, I'm trying to stay a bit zoomed out or whatever. Whew. All right. Actually, just sit and watch your stream for once? Yeah, dude. I'm glad to have you here, Steel. You're always working. The hell? I get it. Most always a 2% zoom, but that's mostly for shading or small details. Make sure they come across properly, which is reasonable. Yeah, I guess. You can get lost though. It's nice to have a preview somewhere else. Like I'll often glance up when I glance up to my left. I'm not actually always looking at chat. A lot of times I'm looking at the preview I have for my stream or my other preview that I'm recording from on the other side of chat. So I'm like seeing how a detail looks zoomed out or whatever. So I use that quite a bit, but it is a bad habit I think overall to spend too much time zoomed in. One of those things that like even if you're like doing classic art, like classic painting training, they'll tell you to stand back from your canvas as much as possible. You're supposed to, if you're doing classical painting, you're supposed to paint like at full arm's length almost, you know, with your arm completely out to the side and paint like that. And even if your brush is really far away from your hand, that's even better. Alright. What's going on here with his... Is he wearing a glove? He might be wearing a glove. I don't know yet. Got big old sage fingers, man. I gotta rein those back in a little bit. I always draw hands too thick, and then I have to sort of like thin them out a little bit. The fingers, anyway. For people, like especially when I'm drawing like women's hands, like this is like a rough hand, you know, and this is like a more refined sketch. This is the hand that I'd do for my sketch. The reason I haven't drawn this hand yet or really like refined it is because I'm unsure how to do her little like gauntlet claw thingy and how to draw it so far, and I keep putting it off until I decide on a design. But yeah, I started with, whenever I draw hands, I start with drawing them a lot thicker than, like the fingers a lot thicker than I should. So it's weird. I kind of, it's as if I'm so used to drawing characters with gloves on that I almost always kind of like draw fingers naturally as if they're gloved, which is good or bad. I don't know. It's a useful thing to do for me, but it's not necessarily a good habit. So maybe I'll give him a glove. It'd all fit a little better if he's wearing a glove like that. So you got the fingerless glove on one side. Maybe I'll give the full glove on the other. We'll try it out. Darken it and we'll see if it looks better. because the wearing a full like dark glove would actually really help push out the glow in the sphere itself. So that would look pretty good, honestly. I do look at my navigator preview thing to see the pick. I mean, that's good. I would worry about how big your tablet is though, if the navigator on your Photoshop is like super tiny. That is one reason to like, that's one of those, like, you know, I joke and I say bigger tablet, better artist. Like, it's actually kind of true as far as like bigger tablet, better painter in a lot of ways, because you can zoom out more and you can see more of your piece, and you don't lose context while still being able to like work on little refined details. That's why I do want to move to getting a 27-inch tablet, because the bigger your tablet, the less you need to zoom. Which is helpful. It'd also be helpful for stream preview, honestly. You know, it would also really help for stream preview, because I could have like a bigger thing and you could see more of the piece while I'm working on it, as opposed to like recording as well, you know? It'd be great. Oh yeah. I definitely need a bigger tablet. 16.9, I think it's a good side. Yeah, I think anything like 12 I think is too small. I think 16 is kind of the minimum for what I would be comfortable on. 24 is great. 22 and 24. I've had a 22 and a 24 and they're great. But I really think the 27, I don't know if I'd want much bigger than a 27 though, because obviously you don't want to like ergonomically, you don't want to have to be reaching too far. And I think that this is great. Everything is within kind of easy arm motion for me. Easy also like elbow pivoting. But a 27-inch I could probably still manage. If they made a 30-inch tablet, that would be a bit too much, I think. That might not work for me. That might be okay. I could do up to a 30-inch maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna make them, so it doesn't matter. I guess kind of an irrelevant thought experiment there. My 4K monitor, I draw super zoomed out now, like it's too big full screen. Ergonomically, not looking at a screen tablet is the best. Yeah, yeah, being able to look straight forward is which, I mean, like I have two 37-inch monitors. You'd think that I could use it or whatever, and then I could also be up more. If I use my monitor, I could also sit up higher, because my chair is at the lowest it can get right now. When I'm on my computer writing or playing games versus when I'm arting, my chair is either at its lowest when I'm arting, so I'm kind of sunk into my desk a little bit so I can put my elbow on there. But when I'm doing anything else, I obviously don't want my arm like up when I'm like keyboarding anything, so I sit up much higher so that I'm more at proper height for everything. And it'd be nice to not have to do that, to drop all the time. And a drawing tablet as opposed to a screen display would change that, you know? So, if you look at my screen tablet, my neck and back hurts. That's fair. You have to kind of hunch over or whatever. Or, I mean, well, what angle's your tablet at? I'm gonna go look at your vastly improved, better than mine workspace that you posted. So yeah, your tablet's at a pretty shallow angle, and I understand now why you would use your monitor almost exclusively. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Yeah, my tablet's at a much like steeper angle, and so it's not, I don't have to like look down super hard. I know a lot of artists that don't actually use the like, I don't remember who it was. It was some female artist that I was watching her stream. I don't know if it's somebody who rated me. I don't want to say for sure it's Tofu Senshi, but I think it might have been. But whoever it was, they were using a size of tablet similar to mine, but it was fully on just the little like kind of risers that come. Like they didn't have a mount for it or a stand or anything. And she was using it on the desk, and it was like barely lifted up a couple of inches on like a very shallow angle. And yeah, holy shit, it like like you'd have to be looking straight down as if you're like kind of hunched over it, like you're, you know, a kid drawing on printer paper again, which is real dangerous for your back and your neck. And I can see with that kind of angle as well. The problem is the tablet that you have as well, Nix, is not big enough to prop up. If you propped your tablet up at this steep angle, well, maybe it'd be okay. It would certainly be better, but I definitely think that like the best height to work at for me is my arm is at this angle, it's resting on the desk, and I can do this. If the tablet was any smaller, I'd have to be doing this. If the tablet was any higher, I'd have to be doing this. But that maybe would be good because then I have to pick my arm up. But if I pick my arm up, I'm gonna have to turn to the side and like paint properly, which is how, like, if you ever watch Dave Greco paint on stream, that's the way he does it. He has really good painter's postures. He stands very far back, and you'll see him on an angle. He looks over towards his computer this way, and then he looks over to his tablet. And so my tablet would have to be like right here beside me, kind of hanging off the edge of my desk, which I'm totally down for. Right? That'd be sick. But ergonomically, it would take a lot of getting used to, I think. So I don't know. All right, what the fuck was I doing? Oh, right. Yeah, give him a little cord, stuff like that. Make it a little rope or something. Guess who had a migraine brewing and is stuck in the office for another half hour because someone needs to be here. Everyone else went home. Oh, Mel, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dog. That's rough. That's fucking rough. Well, at least the expectation of being productive today is gone, right? There's that. I had to call it a night yesterday as well because I just had such a bad headache before bed, and no amount of Tylenol and Advil was killing it. So I said, "Fuck it, I'm going downstairs." I'm chilling. I'm straight chilling. You can't stop me. And I stopped working around 10 then yesterday when I was gonna keep pushing for a couple more hours. So I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. It's tough. That's weird. Okay, whatever. It's better than it was before. It's just supposed to imply shade anyway. It doesn't actually need to be perfect right now. So, let me get a little spheres here. We'll move over to this guy in the preview.
Is there still
Excellent.
a spot left as your apprentice, Evan? I can't say I'm talented in art worth shit, but I can make coffee and play with the tiny monkey smile.
I mean, let's see. How many minions do I have at my atelier? Well, Venus is too busy. Thorkin has surpassed the requirement of instruction long ago. So yeah, I mean, currently I'm apprenticeless. It would seem. I am. I'm without one. So I mean. Fuck yeah, like if you want to like cast some ritualistic magic once in a while and, you know. Hey, I'm down. Thanks for the bits, Mel. I appreciate it. Yeah. Found a tablet stand that I need immediately. It goes over the keyboard. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're just narrow enough to go over the keyboard. Yeah, that's such a. Yeah, I really love, like, even the default base antique stand is like really nice, but problem is, man, it's just fucking expensive. I really want a new tablet this year. I really want to upgrade to that 27-inch. Desperately, man, desperately. And I'm hopefully, if I'm able to do. Like, man, I don't know. Can't use a Kickstarter or whatever for it. It's too much. Like Kickstarter funds from the adventure couldn't do that. It would have to be just like I'd have to take extra commissions every month and really push quite hard for like 4 or 5 months, and I think I could swing it. So who knows, man. $27-inch tablet. Oh, Papa. Think of the possibilities. Too bad I don't think I can sell this tablet though, because just selling tablets is like, it's fine, and you can do it, and like you should do it if you're an artist and whatnot with your old tablet, especially if it works decently well. The problem is though that it's just very expensive to ship, and if you're not willing to do it locally, then that's a problem. And I just don't want to sell my tablet locally. I don't want to sell anything locally. I don't like it. It's annoying. Having to go somewhere and meet someone and whatnot, and all the monka stuff that comes with, you know, meeting people out in parking lots and shit. It's just annoying. My tolerance for like dealing with people for like almost anything has just been shot, and I don't know why. It's like it takes so much energy for me to even like smile at my neighbors. Yeah, it's so weird. Even like just being a good neighbor and a decent person, it's just like, oh, that was tiring. I talked to my neighbor for 3 minutes about something that I don't remember what we were talking about, but she sounded very engaged. Ah, shit. Shipping is cheaper than $2,000 Cintiq. Sure is. Yeah. I mean, if I sold this for like $1,000, that would bring down the tablet to like 4,500. But there is also the factor of part of me, I would very much feel better if I had this Cintiq off in the closet chilling. If I could, oh no, my TV fireplace. There we go. If I could have this as a backup, I'd feel a lot more confident having my Intuos in my closet as a backup. So maybe I just do that and save it as a emergency. That also seems weird. I also really liked when I sold my last Cintiq, I sold it to an artist that like was really excited to do it. And I don't remember if he went to art school or not, but I think he was planning on doing it. Yeah, I don't exactly remember. Somebody Ella worked with that was planning on trying to go to art school or some shit, or wanted to be an artist or whatever. I also would love if I just had if I didn't care about my tablet, I would just mail it to Estonia and send it to Venus. Be like, here you go. You are the most serious artist in the guild as a student. Here is a fucking 24-inch Cintiq that works just fine. Go off, young one, and conquer the world. That'd be fucking sick. My neighbor spots me and says hello. I already dread the next 10 minutes. I'm gonna be stuck smiling and nodding to her. Well, I have a neighbor that time burgles really hard, and Ella gets burgled all the time. I hardly ever get burgled because I know the secret with her is to just keep walking and like walk back to my place and be like, oh, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I'll check about that. Hey, that's, yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, hey, have a great day, you know? And she's like, thanks, you too. Like, I just don't stop. But Ella stops. Upstairs or downstairs? Upstairs, but both. Yeah, no, our next door neighbor, Ella. One sec. Yeah, that one. Ella knows. She knows. She knows. She always gets burgled super hard. So, maybe it's one of those really nosy Karens at everyone's business and shares her much worse view of it. Oh man, that's the worst. That ain't good. Wait, so okay, so Nix, your tablet can go up like that. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. That's decent. That's a cool stand though. That's not steep enough for me. Even with this tablet going up like to the max there, that's still not steep enough, I don't think, for the proper tableting. Yeah. Cool idea for the stand. Phenomenal, in fact. But yeah, no, and you need access to your entire keyboard, and I don't want to be pulling it out every second. That seems a little bit annoying. I don't know. People say hi, how are you to me, and I'm just say hi, good back, end of convo. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I want to be nice to my neighbors and stuff. They're all super sweet, but I just know the conversation. There's something about small talk with the neighbors. It's just I have a real hard time with it. I don't know why. I used to be so good at it, but it's like I get off stream and I just do not want to, you know, it's like I just shrivel up. A Wolf's Life, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Thank you. Tablet just covers my number pad. That's, yeah, that's fine, I guess. If that's all it covers, that's totally fine. For me, I need to reach as far right on the tablet as the square brackets, because that's the brush size modifier, is the square brackets for the default Photoshop, and that's what I've used since I first started. So is there better tools? Should I use my little controller thing? Yeah, but do I? No. Yeah, come on. There's a big difference between what I should do versus what I do. That's a key difference. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I just have to like sort of deal with this setup for my tablet and my desk. I almost wish that I could set up a space just for art or just for sort of like games and leisure. It'd be really nice to have two separate like rooms for it as well, to completely divide your space. I think it's a good idea to really like kind of try and divide where you relax and where you work, because for me it's very difficult when I'm trying to play a game or something and I glance over and look at Photoshop and I'm like, oh, that's right. You know, versus on the other side, I do sometimes definitely like gain something out of it. I'll be working or playing games and I'll have an idea, I'll glance through my tablet and I'll like jot the idea down. I'm super glad I did. Right? And it's like, hell yeah, spaces, you know? Extend that out. There we go. Ooh, it's kind of weird, but whatever. This line work is just for me to observe. It's not even for finished piece, so I ain't that worried about it. The actual sphere, though, the gem, this is going to be more of a... It's going to look like loose tech, I think. It's going to be kind of like a little sci-fi-y, but hopefully in a satisfying way. Without being too obsessively science fiction. Just have some sort of like intentional kind of construction, jeweled, whatever. It's got a bit of a map or a star chart on it. Because also these spheres are also, this isn't one, but they're also sky maps. So you'll like place it on a central rune, like circle in the middle of your like sage room, and it will project the map of the deep sky and all the different cool things onto the room. Sort of like one of those really advanced, a really advanced version of one of those like galaxy projector things. So like spheres are just an important thing to the trinketology of sages. They use a lot of spheres, gems, other things like that to help kind of convey. They just it's the design language of sages. They just really like. Okay, 1 second. I gotta close my door. Close the door, open the window, stretch the legs. What it is. Treasure Planet? Oh. Yeah, fuck yeah. Dude, I forgot all about that. That's the map, right? To wherever was a sphere. I love that fucking movie. I haven't seen it in years, but like that movie and Titan AE are just such a great science fiction vibe from like the same. That Titan AE and what's the other one? Atlantis are such great adventure movies from that time period. I kind of want to rewatch them. I wonder which one still like ages the best. Because there's also like comedies from that age, like Road to El Dorado and things like that that are great. But You can leave anyway? Wait, what? You need to leave anything. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Yeah, as far as like really great vibes of science fiction, kind of adventure-y kind of movies, weirdly, I don't know why they all came out around the same time and then they just like stopped making them altogether. You know, it was just over for those kind of movies. Steph, what's up? How you doing? What's good? I knew.
30 how many now?
I knew it. I felt the tingle in the air, the presence of the true draconic bloodline. Thank you to 31 months, Steph. I appreciate that. What's up? How you doing? Thanks for the resub. Thanks for choosing to stay subbed to Electronic Blur Arts for your monthly microtransaction package. There you go. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, why is this on one layer? What the fuck? Why are you on this layer? Get off this layer. This is a private layer. There we go. So... Oh, this is on the wrong layer. Oh, that's why. Monka, There you go. I just drew that on the wrong layer again. Okay. Cooked, man. God damn it. Background layer. There we are. At least I notice it soon and quickly. I don't spend a great deal of time agonizing over a mislayered layer. So now, what should be out back? I have this like massive sage ring, this Eldari ring, kind of like floating there, just gently in the background, musing over the ancient powers of the Eldari. Floating stone, shards, and cracked black obsidian rock with small little flecks of blue glowing through it and veins of magical power being transmitted. It's a rock. And then I need some buildings, I think. Some Astral Sage buildings. Runes aren't all the same shape, right? Do shapes have meaning? They do, right? The runes, yeah, I mean, like all basically. So the really nerdy part of the runes, I mean, you can see a couple around his neck. So there's like runes that don't mean anything basically, but they mean something in game. But I'm just drawing cool rune designs. The actual like Eldari runes, when it's built into kind of a more formal like languagey type thing, the actual runes are going to be an incredibly nerdy project I've already started working on. It's really stupid. No one's going to care about. And I'll be rightfully shamed as a nerd because they're kind of like a language, but they're also they're a language and a God, what's the right word to put it? They're a language, they're magic runes, and they're kind of based off on and they're numbers, their accounting system as well. They're mathematic. So the rings, I'm gonna create this like really cool thing that's gonna be really nerdy and dumb, but it's going to be basically this visualizer where you can more or less visualize prime numbers through the runes. And it's going to be dumb and whatever. Nobody cares. But No, like the Eldari runes are going to be more or less. You have to think about it from the point of view of an astral sage. They're a language that are so it's so unbelievably difficult to comprehend that it's kind of like writing code, but in magic, on like a DNA level of complexity, universe nonsense bullshit. And so, like, the astral sages are always this, like, they're always practitioners of this ancient art, fully knowing that they're more or less harnessing and playing with the powers of creation. And if they knew how to properly use this magic, they could, like, create and destroy the natural forces of the universe. But they're playing in a little sandbox that is an infinite world made of a desert of their own ignorance.
Shut up and take my money. The law whore in me is excited and my migraine brain is getting into the Delulu zone of make-believe.
Hey. Thank you for the 100 bits, Mel. Yeah, I mean, so like I really, so they're I mean, the runes are gonna be a bit of a mystery. The shapes and deciphering them are gonna be a bit of a mystery that I kind of am very excited to see if people are willing to kind of like take a stab at it. But it's going to be loosely based on some sacred geometry elements, loosely based it on the visualization of prime numbers, and kind of like, because I think that the math nerd inside of me, I get really excited at sort of the idea that mathematics and chemistry in some ways are kind of like a universal language of like all of the known creation, right? Like if we were to sort of like talk with aliens, if you wanted to find a universal kind of like system of glyphs or representations that you could like build a cohesive language with, you could do it based off of math or chemistry. But chemistry, it's more or less still math. It's really cool shit. I really love the entire topic. But I mean, whatever. It's dumb and it's still out of my breath and whatnot. But yeah, so the runes will have a very intentional. At a certain point in time, rune shape will be very, very intentional. For me right now, it's still kind of a design element. But in the future, on like official releases down the road, there'll be certain like mysteries within the realms of Eldara that are very intentionally kept, like kind of little coded secrets or whatever for those who are up to the challenge and have enough free time on their fucking hands to try and decode this like ciphertext of nonsense. I think it's cool, but literally no one else will, so I don't care. The runes are just gonna be pretty shapes. Don't worry about it. don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Oh wait, that's wrong layer. Wrong layer. That's the right layer. There we go. And then I switch back there. And I mean, it's also part of like deep Astral Knight lore that Astral Knights have like an understanding of the Eldari rings and the runes that like kind of not even the sages really have. The knights, I always say that part of the story of the knights is that they're guarding a secret. And part of that is that when I say how intense the knights are and how dangerous the Astral Knights are, the Astari Order is like, they are kind of brutal sometimes. And their training is brutal. And their selection process is brutal. And people like most people who aspire to be an Astral Knight who are selected to go through the Ascension don't make it. See Ella? They don't make it. And so a lot of orders will not send because the knights recruit from sage orders basically for their acolytes and their squires and stuff. But there's some sage orders that they consider to be a great honor to sort of give their young sages off to the knights that are selected. But there are some there are some sage orders and circles that will not allow the knights to take from their ranks, and the knights respect that. Because like if you give like 5 young sages between the ages of 7 or 5, maybe like as young as 6 or 7, all the way up to a late teenager, you give them to the order and they spend however many years in training to be an acolyte. Then those who choose to take the ascension ritual, which isn't all of them, some of them are like, I don't think I can handle this, I'll just go back to being a sage. Learned a lot from the order, sworn to secrecy under penalty of like incineration from the inside out, sure, whatever. But the ones that choose to go through the ascension, like most of them don't make it. Like it's pretty brutal. So that brutality, part of it is kind of thing where it's like when you as a knight progress through the Astral Knight story and you figure out slowly what it is precisely the knights are protecting and what the secret is and like what all this shit is about the Astral Knight Order and why they do what they do, it becomes more like, hopefully players will be like, I get it. I get why knights are so intense and so brutal and why they're willing to go through this whole thing and why they're willing to sacrifice people and why they're willing to do this entire nonsense, in the name of protecting this thing. But that's like a story that Astral Knights will have to like sort of progress through, that I want to be like kind of the lore payoff for the class, is like what the secret is that you're protecting is kind of one of those things that I want to be revealed through the adventure if you play as an Astral Knight by your GM, hopefully. So I need to make kind of a bit of a lore kit for GMs that's sort of like a, hey, if you want to play an Astral Knight and your GM's willing to do it, and you want to play a canonical story that like fits in Eldara, and you're doing this whole thing, and your GM's into it, here's this pack for your GM as to the sort of the class story of your Astral Knight. And not everyone's gonna think it's cool or interact with that. Maybe no one will. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna still do it. But for people that want to have the most complete Eldara experience, play through whatever, the world, canonical, this and that, play as an Astral Knight, do the whole thing, then at that point I want there to be something the GM is just like, okay, here's a story that I can push. It may be part of the main plot, maybe part of a side plot that our Astral Knight player can kind of like discover along the way, but here's kind of some important features that, important features and story notes that you can kind of utilize to help tell that really satisfying story and reveal that mystery. So what kind of belief or shupa, wait, what? These acolytes have to have inside them to, yeah, man, I can totally do this thing. I guess it's kind of like a bit of a responsibility and honor, a nobility of service, a willing sacrificing for the order. It's like they have to get people to, like acolytes, to believe in the necessity of the order without revealing the secret to them. And so the necessity of the order is the protection of the rune sites and the orders of the Astral Sage orders across Teleria. And so there's very many sages that are like, what greater honor would it be than to go through this? And if I'm, die in the process, then I join the deep sky, whatever, and be honored as a fallen whatever for all time. And it's like, sure. Mita, thank you for the 68 bits. The secret of the Astral Knight is that they are secretly just 3 halflings in a trench coat, one of which keeps casting sparky effects. I mean, I guess I don't need to write the package now. It's on the internet forever. So thanks for the 68 bits, dude. Appreciate it. Good to see you, man. Even the most die, and they fully well know the statistics. Yeah, I mean, there's lot. Well, brainwash. Yeah, I mean, like, so it is very much like believing into the dogma. What's up, Mita? Believing into buying into the dogma and believing in the whole process of it and all that kind of stuff is, it's part of the thing. Like in the Astral Knight Order, they're so specific as to what their goals are and what they're sort of all about, that like really the idea of like the indoctrination is like really important. Like if the Astral Knights are all kind of fully on board with it, they're all ready, they're all with it. They're like the only ones that can kind of ward against the darkness, so as it were, and they're kind of revered that way too. So Otakito, did I say that right? Otakito H2, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Cheers, friend. But yeah, so that's part of it also. Like some sage orders, some sages believe that the Astral Knights are a bunch of self-absorbed, zealous freaks. Like they'll call them when the temple's under attack, sure, but the Astronauts come and display a shocking amount of proficiency in violence, and then just sort of mysteriously leave. And they have these intense beliefs as to why they sort of are the way they are, and kind of like this whole thing. There's a lot of people that look very unfavorably on the Astronauts. They're not some like universally revered order. They're thought of by a lot of the sages as kind of weird, kind of creepy, kind of crazy. Like why would you go through that process to meddle in dark magics? Because see, the thing that they do that makes them so at risk of death during their ascension is they basically carve a rune directly into their skin that opens up their like body physical form to the universal magic to the deep sky. This is stuff that sages do very carefully, and Incaster sages will open up these sort of like little portals to the deep sky via their astral atlas, summon the energy into it, and then shoot it out as a spell. That's how the Incasters work. The charisma casters, they sort of like bring the deep sky energy sort of around them and kind of Avatar-esque like draw it like over them and then expel it out. So they never actually draw the deep sky magics into them as well, and if they do it in very limited amounts. The Astronauts like open themselves up to the fire hose that is all the untapped energy and magic of these like deep pockets of the sky that have this like ridiculous magical force the sages use, and they have to sit there for like 3 weeks in this chamber meditating, trying not to fucking die. And when one fails, they'll just like incinerate, just like burn up in this blue flame and crumple down to the floor. And it's like, well, you know, so when most of them go in, most of them don't come out. So it's very dangerous. So even to do that is considered like a bit of a sacrilegious taboo in the order. You never draw that kind of magic directly into yourself. So when the knights, that's like their whole thing, is that they're a bunch of sages that do that shit and then are real scary afterwards. So there's a lot of sages that keep their fair distance from them, man. There's some sages that revere them as kind of like those willing to sacrifice themselves in the name of protecting the order and them and whatnot. But others are kind of like there's no need for that. That you shouldn't, like, we shouldn't be engaging in that kind of dangerous magic. So how Astronauts are perceived through the world is very different than sages, you know. And Dragoon Wolf, thank you for the follow as well. What's up? Apricot Jam is indeed the goat, Venus. That's damn, it's wisdom right there. That's some sagely shit. Why did Johnny burn request from the inside out? Well, Timmy, he was led astray by some self-absorbed anointed ones. Then, Father, I shall kill them all. I swear this by all that is holy. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, some shit like that. It's a noble and good quest you're embarking on. However, they are tough bastards and hard to kill. You'll need a great and powerful weapon to accomplish this. I shall resurrect a dragon. Ah, shit, wait, nah, damn, it's a story. Ah, god damn it. It's been spoiled for me. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, knights are viewed with, they have this sort of sense of darkness. They have this, like, kind of edge to them. And I don't mean edge like edgelord. I mean, they have a sharpness that's a little hard for a lot of people to stomach in world, especially sages. So, it's like, if you're an Astronaut player, there's a specific kind of like narrative and a kind of character and a kind of vibe. It's not, the Astronaut is not designed to be played as a D&D class. So why did I make a D&D class for it? For players that really want to engage with that specific narrow storyline, players being Ella. If Ella didn't want to play an Astronaut, I would have left them as a NPC sort of like non-whatever class. I was considering making it a custom class just for Ella. I was kind of thinking about making it just a class for her as like a unique sort of like, you know, special thing just for her, make her own unique character and class within the realms of Eldara. But I thought that there might be other people that want to whatever, and you know, maybe I'll do that for her one day. But for the Astronauts, so it's a specific thing. There's like a certain amount of like intensity that the Astronauts have, and so being like a wise kraken, like bard slay the dragon in 2 ways, kind of like player character, that's not really how you'd play an Astronaut. But a lot of players don't like being told how to play a character, obviously. So that's why I say, like, hey, here's, if you want to play the Astronaut the way it's intended, here's like kind of their vibe. And some people like Guapo was like, fucking sign me up, I love that shit, and he's trying to play an Astronaut as canonically as possible. But a lot of people will read that and say, I like the mechanics, I don't care for the, like, you know, intensity, edgelord, dark fucking master of the astral sage orders, whatever, that, you know, miss me with that shit. And I want a multi-class be paladin, so fuck you, Evan. It's like, okay, fine, like, whatever, you know. I completely let go when I put a canonical story based idea out into the ether for something for Eldara. I completely let go of control of it, and any assumption. People are going to say all sorts of stupid shit that messes with lore and canon for their own versions of Eldara and stories within whatnot, and I can either sort of like whine about it or embrace it. Now, so I try and have a clear line. When somebody says, oh, my Astral Sage does this, it's like, that's rad, that's a super cool story. Is that canon? Absolutely not. Am I going to ever write anything that solidifies that idea as being a canonical Eldara idea? Not a chance in fucking hell. But that's your story in your world, and that's your canon, and that's fucking cool, because that's how people play great RPGs, is they kind of take what they like, and then they add the things that they think that improve it to make it more bespoke, and then, you know, you have a great RPG or whatever experience. It's a great story experience. So I want things like the Astral Knight to function mechanically really well in a way that people will have fun playing with, but also for players that want to play an Astral Knight. The Sage, on the other hand, for these two, is supposed to be a lot more diverse, and you can put a lot more into it that's like your own unique flares while still having a fully canonical experience. You know, you can flavor your Astral Sage however you want. The Knights are a bit different. And that's fine with me. I'm okay with that. It's kind of like playing paladins, you know. You can play a paladin all you want, but if you're going to play a paladin of like the Bjordovich order, that's a very specific niche thing. You know, the Bjordovich paladins are in a lot of ways even more brainwashed than the Astral Knights. They're kind of like, I mean, it's a whole very, very dark fantasy kind of story for those guys, but it's just something that I'd never make like a background or a class for, because like it's too narrow in my opinion. But the Astral Knight, even though it is narrow, I still make it as a full class for people if they want to play it. But it requires a little bit of, you know, a little bit of willing investment from the individual, and the brainwashing thing is something they get absolutely accused of. They think that they're a bunch of brainwashed children that were abducted from the Astral Sage orders by some imperative to protect, and now they're like these like creepy zealous like weirdos that appear out of nowhere, and all of the temple masters are fucking terrified of them, and so who do they think they are, kind of thing. I will say though that mostly I say this for Atari's benefit, I'd say probably 80% of Astral, like 60% of Astral Sages are like favorable, like, oh cool, an Astral Knight, neat. Of that 60%, some of them probably don't even know what an Astral Knight is. But if you're part of one of the main orders, you've either heard a lot about or very little about the Astral Knights, but you're generally like, oh cool, they're the protectors, you know, neat. There's 20% of the Astral Sages that are absolute devout whatever, like will bow down on the floor and completely, you know, prostrate themselves in front of an Astral Knight as they appear. And that's the 20% on this side. Then there's 20% on this side that really fucking like just avoid them. You know, they're just like, don't like miss me with that shit. I don't want to have anything to do with one of those freaks. So it generally is at the very least decently favorable opinion on Astral Knights from other sages, but there is like still a small group that's kind of like, ugh, you know, and those are ones that are typically like from circles that have a problem with it. Few of the orders have a problem, because you could say that once you become an Astral Knight, that secret where it's like, if you thought this was worth it before and you understood why Astral Knights did what they did before, now that you've learned this about them, absolutely you understand why they are the way they are. That secret is like a thing that you learn as you progress as an Astral Knight. So very few Astral Knights would kind of know of that like important secret. The other people that would know are the highest ranking members of the Sage orders. So it's the kind of thing where it's like, if you're at a Sage and you're like, oh, Grandmaster, whatever, those Astral Knights are kind of freaks, right? I guess we shouldn't invite them into our temple. That Sage Master is going to be like, motherfucker, you be nice to them. And you're like, okay, well, like, whatever, I don't get it. Like, why? And then Grandmaster of the Order is like, don't ask questions, just go be nice to them. It's like, okay, sure. So generally, the institutional sages are pretty favorable to the Knights. You rank 2nd in Regional English Grammar Olympiad. All that Twitch is paying off for you, Venus. That's impressive. Holy shit. Congratulations. That's awesome. Proud of you, Venus. We're going to start disappearing from the northern reaches of the Shattered Sea. The party is hired to investigate, and they find sky pirates who are trapping them and stealing their eggs. Oh no. Second, the party finds clues leading them to a secret magical lab in the jungle that's conducting experiments on wyverns trying to increase their size. Third, the party tracks down Timon, the Avenger in his mountain lair and tries to stop a huge egg from hatching. They fail, and dragons once again fly over Teleria to hunt their unsuspecting friend. No, that's cool. I like that. I like that. Did I miss anything while I was monologuing? Sorry. I think I missed a bunch of shit while I was monologuing. My bad. Oh well. I can't scroll up that far in chat. If I missed anything, just tell me. I'll remind me again. I'll catch it. I'm sorry. Yeah, super wyverns. So, I mean, knights and oops, that's on the wrong layer. Damn it. Yeah, I figure what we're doing for background here. Knights and sages are supposed to be a pretty like canonical experience. Like I'd love for people who play the adventure to at least have one astral sage in their party. I'm contemplating giving for adventure number 1, which is going to be the second one I write. I know, confusing. But after the prologue, the adventure number 1, I'm thinking about giving the party an astral sage NPC. That can sort of serve a bit as your guide, but I know some people find that really abrasive, so I'm uncertain if it's a good idea or not. I'm a little apprehensive on it. I haven't made up my mind. Either some sort of a guide or a person that you can sort of like talk to, but the problem is you can't really take them on your adventure then if they're just like a person you can talk to, and it's like your team's Daniel Jackson if you are of Stargate pedigree. To help sort of express the wonder and intrigue of the realms of Eldara. The character to be in awe of things when they're appropriately awesome. Maybe. You know, I don't know why bespoke means so. The second place is valid. You know what bespoke? Oh, that's fair. You're like, I'm the English master, dude. I don't know what that words means, so I guess it's fine. I'm second place. Yeah, damn. No, bespoke's a bit of an old word that is not very commonly used. I guess it can mean custom, tailored, specific, things like that. Like at Venus, a bespoke, like I could make a hat that just fits anybody, and that's a hat. But if I made a hat that fit your head specifically, and I measured your head and whatnot, then that'd be a bespoke hat, you could say. So it's often used for clothing, but it can be used for other things too. So custom, yeah, custom but specific, not just custom. I think class is important to you, and I think trying to play it as they were meant to be in a form of respect to the world. Yeah, but I mean, sure, that's awesome that you think that, and I'm glad that you value that. But also, it's like I have to earn that respect first by telling a good story, and then you're like, okay, I might want to play like the specific story through. Like it seems okay. The rest of the world seems cool. So the world has to have some sort of thing that generates its respect, or generate some generate some interest, earn some respect, and then convinces people that it's a worthwhile investment to play the thing as they're supposed to play it. But again, I'm not butthurt if people don't. It's just like, will I hope, like I am very unlikely to play a Realms of Eldara game with somebody that doesn't want to play something canonically. Very, very unlikely. And if it's a long-term thing. Like I played the Path of the Lumari game I played with Fishy doesn't really fit into canon all that nicely. But, you know, it was a short little stream game we were doing, and it's kind of fun little, like, whatever. Romp and Eldara, memes and laughs and whatnot, and I'm fine with that. It's like she's a dog girl. She's an anime dog girl, whatever. Like it's not exactly a canonical experience. But I will say that when I'm playing a long-term game and someone wants to play like a very, very canon unfriendly version of a knight or a sage, I'd probably play with them for a little while, and then, you know, it's one of those things that you're just like not fun to play with that person, so you just don't. So many of my like issues in D&D that I think people have can be solved with just, if you're not having fun with somebody, just stop playing with them, you know. You want a bedazzled bespoke vocab? Okay, well, listen, I can only do so much here, Hollow. ChatGPT likes to use it to describe my agency statement. Bespoke campaigns. Ooh, that does sound pretty good. I like that. Can my Sonic OC be an Astral Knight? Can your Sonic OC be an Astral Knight? It can, but I can't draw it on stream because if I invoke the Sonic fandom in my art, then next thing I'll know, I'll be getting weird commissions from DeviantArt again. And actually, for the love of God, you remember the kind of weird commissions I was getting from DeviantArt a couple of years ago. Some things must remain unspoken. Not a real spellcaster without a big hat? Yeah, okay, alright. Alright, I'm trying, listen. Listen, she has a hood. It's the best I can do. Just smoke powder vanish. Okay, thanks, Steve. Oh, God. I tried. Let's say I have this half-human, half-tiefling bar owner. How would she go about becoming an Astral Knight? Well, first of all, you'd have to pick. Are you human or tiefling? If you want to do a canonical experience. If you want to be half human, half tiefling, whatever. It's your fucking story, your fucking world, whatever. Like you have fun. If you want to play a canonical experience, the way I'm handling half species, half races, half breeds, whatever you want to call it, whatever D&D, half ancestries, as Pathfinder says, the mechanical way I'm doing is I'm just saving all the nonsense of what happens when you have elves and tieflings and everybody interbreeding for 5,000 years. Is there really any pure-blooded this or that? And if there are pure-blooded this or that, what does that say societally? That's an uncomfortable topic. So all I'm saying mechanically is the way that crossing that boundary in the realms of Eldara works is the blood of the mother is transmitted down to the identity of the children. So was your mother a tiefling or was your father a tiefling? And then that depends on which one you are, human or tiefling. It's just way easier for me mechanically to do that. If you want to tell a story of going halvesies and that's a cool thing you want to do for your version of the game and your canon and your Eldara, my dog, be at peace, go fucking forth into the world and tell your cool story. But if you're trying to tell an Eldara canonical story, that's the first problem, Venus, is that they wouldn't be in half. The second part is that the pathway to being an Astral Knight is typically at a young age you begin Astral Sage training. You begin Astral Sage training. So you would have been an Astral Sage apprentice, trainee, whatever, at that young age, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 all the way up to 10, 12, 13. At a certain point in time, your order would identify you as having great natural potential with understanding the astral aura and the general sort of force of will and power and whatever to maybe be able to be worthy of being an Astral Knight candidate. Steel Angel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. At that point in your order, the order master would then offer you up to the knights, in which case they would sort of evaluate you very basically, and if you passed their very rudimentary test, they would take you in as an acolyte. You'd spend years being an acolyte, learning the ways of the blade, being indoctrinated into the order, learning their stories, learning their magics, their practices, living with the Astral Knights at their temple in the mountains in Novalia, and growing up in that. So you could be as young as 7 or 8 when you start this, or as old as 15, 16, 17 when you start this. Then somewhere 3, maybe at the more like 5 to 8 years after you've sort of begun training with them, so you're either in your late teens to early 20s, at that point you would then choose whether or not you want to continue your practice and take the Ascension. Or if you want to say, it's not worth it, I'm not willing to lose my life on this, I will be in service to the order as a knight or as a sage, go back to my other order, swear an oath of secrecy, whatever, to what you learned in the order under penalty of you being hunted down and detongued by the knights, but that's not usually an issue for them. People who make it inside the order as an acolyte up to the point of Ascension but don't go through Ascension are usually pretty in line with the knights' roles in the world. So then you take your Ascension and you'd survive your Ascension, ideally in the story, and then you become a squire, and then now ascended and able to use astral magics. You are not given an astral steel blade or the armor of the Astari. You are then given access to a knight to train under them, to squire under them, to learn from them for a number of years, 3 to 4 years maybe, at which point in time you would take a trial at the temple, and then you'd ascend to a full-on astral knight. So there's no room for I was a previous this and now I'm an astral knight. So she's about 26 when she becomes the madame of the tavern. You'd be too old. They wouldn't accept you into the order. you'd have too much going on in your background. They don't accept like fully fledged adults into their order. You have to be young enough to be sort of brought into the order. This isn't like a taken from your family at like birth type of thing. It's more of a at some point in your journey as an astral sage, you are then chosen to like go take the training of the temple if you wish. So if you could, if you wanted to say like but that's the rule. So I set the rule. That's what I'm supposed to do as the world creator. So that's the rule of what that does. It helps build an intensity to the Astral Knights. They're from day one. They are dead set astral sage going through this path of knighthood, right? That's part of what makes them so intense, is that they never knew another life. Is this is what they do. They're astral sages, then acolytes, then squires, now they're knights. But the thing is that this is like a thing with D&D where it's like, I just told you the rule. If you want to tell me the exception and be like, okay, but what if I was a bar owner and one day an astral sage comes in and is like, hey, what do you think of this thing? And you just like opened up this sphere just by looking at it, and they're like, oh my god, you have so much potential with the astral magics, you should come learn about our temple. And then you go to the temple at 26 and you become a sage or whatever, and you learn their ways rapidly. You're the prodigy, and then by 28 the Astral Knights are like, oh my god, you might be worthy of our order. It's like you go through that whole thing, and then by whatever, you're now a knight. Like, you can tell that story. Is it a canonical Eldara story that I could tell? Absolutely not. But part of the fun of D&D is I tell you the rule and then you get to be the exception. So you could do that. I'll tell you that that's not a canonical story, but obviously in your own version of the world, in your own version of the game, if you have a chance to play it, and your DM is like cool with it, if you start playing a D&D, an Eldara D&D game in Discord or whatever, and your DM's like, fucking sure, whatever, man, then hey, like, get after it. That's sick. So don't worry about me saying that since it's not a canonical way of a path to the Astral Knights, that shouldn't be a limiting factor on whether or not you want to tell that story. It's like Fishy. She wanted to play a story of an Astral Knight, but she didn't want to play an Astral Knight. You know what I mean? So it's like she created this other like weird story around how she left the order and they didn't, whatever. Then she found this ancient Lumari spear and then used her Astral Knight trainings, but with a spear, now as a dog girl in the Shattered Sea hunting a secret. And it's like, that's not exactly a canonical Eldara story, but that's a sick idea for a little one-shot campaign kind of thing. It's like ballet. At some point you can't train and go pro anymore. Kind of, yeah. It's like a lot of things like that. So you need to kind of be like fully invested into the order from a very young age, and like kind of really specifically and particularly chosen for it, I guess. But what that does is it helps build currency for the story. Currency you get to spend as a player. And if you want to sort of help build that like currency up by telling a canonical story, that's cool. But if you just want to like kind of almost like selfishly grab as much currency as you want from the story and just tell your own version of it, where you're the big dog champion of all of it, the coolest Astral Knight that ever existed, then that's totally fine too, because that's kind of the point of an RPG, and being the heroic character in a story like that in a fantastical world. Reading a book series that has a similar set up with monks. They're set up to a monastery at 11-year-old boys and they grow up. Very similar. One of the biggest things about the Astral Knights is that they really bring you into the order. Like, you fully have to commit to this lifestyle. Your life as an acolyte in the Astral Knight Temple is very intense. It's like you wake up in the morning and you do your chores, and then you go fight with a sword and learn these ancient forms for like most of the day, and then you study some sage magics and then learn some history and learn as you grow older. You have to learn politics and languages and about religion, because you must function as this kind of like elite singular person in a diverse world. And so it's like, if there's a temple that's off in the Elvish lands and it's being disputed by two warring elven nobles, you have to sort of like, your goal is to protect the temple. Now, if that means push comes to shove, and it happens all the time, well, not all the time, but it has happened lots in history, where the story starts with a warlord or whatever took over a rune site and would not let pilgrims go in. So an envoy was dispatched from the Astral Knights to basically say, good Sir Warlord, I care not for your warlording, but you need to open up your roads to allow for sage to pilgrim. And the warlord says, how about no? And the knight says, understood. And then 4 days later, 6 knights show up at the warlord's tent and fucking behead every last person that stands between them and the warlord. You know, until the point where the warlord's soldiers and personal guard lay down their weapons of terror, to which the Astronauts calmly take the warlord's head and announce to his like subordinates that whomever takes his place, they have no concern over. Just make sure you open up the fucking roads this time. And then they leave. And so, but that's not always the most efficient way of handling it. So as a knight, you're instructed to go and try and be diplomatic and try and negotiate. Hey, can you please open up? I'm going to ask you nicely. And most people who've survived to points of leadership within Teleria to the present day of Eldara kind of have respect for understanding that if an Astronite shows up at your door and asks you very nicely to do something, there's probably a good reason for it, and there's not a good track record for anybody who said no. So, right, that's kind of part of that, building that currency of how intense they are. And when you tell a story of them doing something differently in your own game, then you can kind of, you know, change that however you want. So they have a lot of training and stuff through the entire thing to be able to manipulate and maneuver through the world. What's up, Prophecy Breaker? Yeah, for real. Holy shit. Good to see you. Good to see you. And it's up, I just flatter you, but I believe you lost weight, Evan, or at least it seems that way to me. Yes, I have lost about 100 pounds in the last 2 years. I'm about 100 pounds down. I think I'm a little bit shy because I think I gained a little bit of weight through the winter. I tend to eat a little bit better in the winter, and I try and go to the gym and work out a lot during the cold months, and then during the summer months is when I usually cut, and I try and lose about 40 or so pounds, 40 or 50 pounds between usually like April and September. But I've done that for 2 years in a row now, so I am a lot lean. I'm still fat as fuck. Listen, I got some time, I got some work to do here. But yeah, thank you. No, I have lost a lot of weight, and I do see it in stream occasionally. So especially around my face. So I appreciate that. It makes me feel very validated to hear that you say that. So thank you, dude. I appreciate that. And it's getting swole. Yeah, there you go. I think now Tim and the Avenger would intentionally set up his mountain lair next to a rune site in order to lure some knights, or on top of. So maybe unrestricted love if the knight is so busy. Want to write something on us? Go for it. Can astronauts be in relationships? Astronauts typically. So here's the thing. Can they be in relationships? Sure. Do they get in relationships? No. Not typically, ever. Now, some knights do. There are rare stories of like a knight comes from a political background. You're the son of a noble or whatever. There might be some massive pull to, hey, if I don't go back and marry the princess of whatever, then this entire kingdom falls apart, so I need to leave the order. That's extremely rare. Like single digit count in your left hand since the founding of the order, kind of rare. Astronauts don't take spouses, they don't get in relationships, they don't have children, they don't whatever that is, and not for any sort of rule or mechanical, like, oh, they can't have children like the Witchers or anything. They just choose not to because they understand the necessity of their work so importantly that they, they just don't. They're like, I don't have time for a family. Like I have to protect the. If not me, then the world falls apart. Basically, as far as the Sage orders fall, everything falls. Like the Knights, like we are the only thing standing between us and whatever perceived darkness they have. It's part of the sort of the specific narrow vibe of the Astral Knights, and people don't. But a lot of people don't like to be told that. They're like, whoa, Evan, don't tell me how to play my character. And that's where when I say go play an Astral Sage, I will never tell you specifically how to play an Astral Sage. The Knights are meant, they're a hero class, they're meant for a different vibe. And again, if you like that vibe and you want to play into that narrow, cool kind of like fantasy of this very intense knight, then you can. And if you don't, and you want to be the one that's in a relationship, like that's totally fine. Like whatever, man, you tell a different story, who cares? But like again, the rule is no, they just never do, ever. They don't completely cut themselves off. Like they go home for events occasionally. In game, Ella's Astronite Alicia Greymore, she is going she's a noble from the Shattered Sea. This is Ella's character, newest one. As an Astronite, she's a noble from the Shattered Sea, and she returns home, at some point in time to like see her family. And it's like, hey, haven't seen you since I was haven't seen you more than like 10 times since I left from my Sage training at 10 or 12 or whatever. Now she's in her mid-20s, but like, good to see you, what's up? And it's like, sure, she's a little bit different, a little more intense, but she still gets to go home and stuff. And like a lot of Astronauts from the Shattered Sea will go back to the Shattered Sea for the Runewind Festival because it's like a fun thing, and they go back home and whatnot. So they're not completely cut off from their family, but it's more of like a, they're gone. They write their family too, and sometimes, but they just view themselves as having such an important, specific, strict duty of what they're supposed to do that they just don't leave, you know? And if they do, it's like a big deal. But okay, sorry, I miswent your chat. I started doing daily draw on Post-it notes this year, and I'm pretty happy with the doodle for the day. You want to see it? Yeah, post it. Post in the Discord. Hell yeah. 100 pounds impressive? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a long road. I think it's a little bit shy now because I think I gained about 10 pounds back over the winter, just like eating well and trying to put on muscle in the gym. I haven't weighed myself in a while, so I'm probably like more like 210 right now instead of 200. But I started at 300. That was a big boy. That was a big boy. What how many astral children are there out there? I don't know. Maybe a lot. Maybe none. Maybe they're all purged by some villain in Atari story. Coming for Forbidden Astral Knight lore fanfic. You be the one to write it, Guapo. The Astral Knights are almost totally the reverse of my Imperial Guards. They have requirements that a new recruit needs to have a previous battlefield experience. Right. The most important thing in the Astral Knight is their proficiency is the thing that the Astral Knights are thinking about the most is the likelihood a candidate will survive the Ascension. That's the most important thing for an Astral Knight, is their likelihood of the candidate surviving the Ascension. That's like the main thing. So I find some comment despite the truth of it. You can call me an asshole, but I don't hear you calling me wrong. Listen, it's a bit of a different I need to decide what the temple's gonna look like in the background here, because I need this last thing I need to do before we can start working on this like painting is like figuring out kind of a temple vibe for whatever's going on back here. But I'm fairly uncompromising in the Astral Knight storyline because there's such a specific narrow thing that's built for a reason narratively, and not the Astral Knights are, I see it as the Astral Knights are a thing in Eldara you can play if you want, but they're not built to be played. If that makes sense. That makes sense? That may not make sense. How do I word that better? They're a thing in Eldara that I've made rules to play if you want to, but they're a very specific narrow story that you're either fully invested in or not if you want to play the canonical experience. It'd be like, I guess I really hate the Jedi analogy between Astral Sages and Knights, but it'd be like, oh, I'm a Jedi. Can I have like frivolous romances? It's like, well, no. And it's like, oh God, so annoying, you know, or anything like that. Or like, can I be the paladin that dabbles in dark magic? It's like, well, you wouldn't. But what if I was? I guess you could be the paladin that dabbles in dark magic, but you wouldn't. You're kind of a paragon of the light. But what if? And it's one of those things where it's like, but you wouldn't really be. Part of the story is that they're uncompromisingly good is for a paladin. And then the story of a fallen oathbreaker is like a big deal, you know? So I don't know. It's I still kind of regret in some small way making the rules for how to play an Astral Knight public. Just a very small, like, I'm just very like, ah, shit. How much am I gonna have to sit here defending myself? Because like when I first made the rules for the Astral Knights, a lot of people were like, but I want to use an axe. And I'm like, but you wouldn't. You'd use your longsword. Well, why would I choose the longsword? I want to use an axe. Well, it's not about you know, Jamie, the overweight, Best Buy employee from Missouri wants. You're playing the character, this elite, like, Giga Chad soldier in world, so they wouldn't want to use a sword. And if they wanted to use a sword, they wouldn't be allowed in the Astral Knight Order. They wouldn't be like. But it's just, I don't know. It's just one of those weird things where it's like, it's one of those indoctrination things where you've trained on how to use proficiently the longsword techniques of the Astral Knight Order for. They've been doing it for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Your character coming in here and saying axes are cool, everyone would be like, yeah, they are cool. And here's exactly how you kill someone who's using an axe. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Damn. Poor Jamie catching strays. Yeah, listen. Jamie was asking for it. Doodle posted? All right, let's see. Azura with all the fucking K-pop gifts. Okay, where's studies? Studies, finished work, where is it? Studies, there we go. What do we got? Redrew the legs and super happy with them. Granted, they're covered with stockings, but oh well. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Free rent. Oh, there it is. Fuck yeah. That's dope. That's fucking dope. That's sick. Wait, where's Wicked? There's Wicked. That's cool. I like that. That's cool you're doing little like posty drawings. I got so many requests at the Edmonton Fan Expo to draw free run. I don't know what it was. The amount of people that said to me when they were stopping by my table at the expo, do you have free run art? I'm like, what? Like free run, like the anime? Yeah, free run. Do you have free run art? Well, no, I don't have any fan art. Oh, so you don't have any free run art? No, dude, I'm sorry. I don't have any free run art. Yeah, no, it'd be no, I'm sorry, man. Oh, you should think about doing free run art. Yeah, you do really good free run art. Like, damn, you really want some free run art, don't you? I look down their bag and they have just like an entire bag full of free runs. You're like, oh, okay. Okay, I get it. It was just super weird. I just don't get it. Why so many people wanted free run? I don't get it. There was just so many. It's cool, but it was just weird that it was nobody asked me if I had any other art besides free run. No one asked me like, yo, do you have any like Demon Slayer art or whatever? No one asked me. It was only free run. I don't get it. Now every time I see free run art, I'm like, damn, I should do some free run art. Shit. I like free run more than any elf in Lord of the Rings. I mean, if it's the Rings of Power series, then it's probably right. Could you do some free run art? I'll give you $20. I'll do some $20 free run art. It's not going to be maybe what you want, but I'll show you what $20 free run art looks like, Blaze. You can request free run art for $20. I don't mind, man. I mean, I do mind, but oh, hold on. I need to make this lower down, because if the ring is kind of at the top, then I need to do some clouds and shit in there. That's right, I forgot. And this is gonna have line work. This is gonna be a full painting in the background, kind of the way I did the Shadow Heart piece. So yeah, draws one line. Yu-Gi-Oh art? Damn, bro. No one's asking for Yu-Gi-Oh art except for maybe Ashy. The only Yu-Gi-Oh art Ashy asked me was her, in fact, deleting fucking Yu-Gi-Oh from her Steam account and never having to think about that imbalanced trash ever again, or something along those terms. I don't know. There's some rage in there. Kidding. Pavel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's crazy. Thank you. Glad you like it. Thank you. It's the undersketch for a painting, so I'll be working pretty hard at this tomorrow and over the weekend. Try and finish this. It's class art for a custom class that I have for D&D for my adventure that I need to make really good so people can kind of get a vibe for what it'd be like to play an Astral Sage. But thank you. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you to say, my friend. Thank you for checking out the art. I shall dip for now. All right, Prophecy. Be good, my friend. Take care. Did I say you've been streaming for almost 5 hours? Almost, yeah. Well, I started streaming for between 5 to 6.5 hours, usually on average, since the new year. I booked part of last year's, like the end of the year. And thank you, Eric Days, for the follow. I appreciate that as well. Welcome in here. Thank you. Honored to have you as well. Part of what kind of my motivation last year was towards the end was to figure out how to book more time for myself for streaming. So I changed a bunch of things around so I could. So I started streaming 5 days a week instead of 4. I used to be 4, and I added Monday, which is awesome. And the second thing I did was instead of streaming between 3 and 4 hours, I'm streaming between 5 and 7 hours now, which is awesome. I'm really excited because I can get a lot of stuff done now. And a lot of it was so that I could start recording long video processes. So like on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram, whatever, I started recording my process so I could sort of like show start to finish of pieces. And I initially started doing this as like a just kind of fun like videos to like post or whatever of projects for people that want to follow Eldara but don't want to be here for every stream, obviously. Like that's annoying. But what I found from recording my process is that I found them extremely satisfying to do. Seeing the work that I put in 8 hours condensed down to a 30-second sketch like this was like so good for me as an artist. I can't even really like articulate it just right now, but it made me feel a lot more connected to and satisfied with my process. So I found a lot of love in recording. I'm getting a ton more work done this year. I'm able to actually keep up with and take a lot more commissions. Yeah, just the decision to just stream longer and more and to work on those hours like a lot, like just to spend time working on things that are important and less time working on things that aren't for me was huge, and I'm really happy about it. So I'm having a bit of a phenomenal time streaming right now, and part of that is being able to go long and not feeling like I'm kind of rushed off to do something. Then I had to also turn down a lot of things and like tell a lot of people that I wasn't available for things anyway. And you know, last year was tough because I had like some people in my family that were very sick, so I had to be kind of like available for things, and you know, I had to be able to get off stream at a reasonable time to take someone to an appointment or whatever. And I kind of managed to disengage from a lot of those responsibilities this year and say like, hey, I'm gonna be incommunicado this year. Like, so like I got like work hours now, so sorry, but we got to figure it out and make it work in those time, which is awesome because I'm actually getting a ton done. What is the most stereotypical 4-character party you can think of? Class, race, player, archetype? Ooh, the rules lawyer, a glasses adjusting, lanky nerd from the game store that works in tech and has a collared shirt that's sizes too big is playing a human mage. You have the dude who he self-identifies as a Viking, who is an overweight guy with a decent beard but could be trimmed up, probably desperately needs to be trimmed up. That plays a lot of World of Warcraft, only plays Horde, and he plays a either Goliath barbarian or some sort of dwarven fighter. You have the girl who describes herself as Cozy Core, who has some sort of job in like a tech company or something super academic that enjoys playing D&D to pretend that she doesn't have a billion responsibilities. And she plays some sort of a halfling, bard, and or druid. And then the last member is your friend from school that spends too much time playing video games and has a lot of potential, but just doesn't want to deal with that shit. So he has a job in retail. He's pretty much average all around, and he plays a human male paladin. That's your party. Yeah, did I hit anybody a little close? Did I did I hit anybody kind of close there? I'm doing so well, man. Listen, you don't gotta work at a game store as long as I worked in the game store to see the stereotypical party. I saw that party walk in at least 3 times a day when I was working at the game store for as many years as I did when I was just out of school. So I've seen that party before. No tieflings will there always be a tiefling? Nah, you'd think so, but there isn't always a tiefling. Sometimes the mage player. So you have, if you ask me for the 5th like person in that entire group, it's the guy that has long hair, is kind of greasy, not tall, but is definitely still lanky. He plays the tiefling rogue, to which his rogue is far more charismatic and clever than he can articulate. That's the 5th member of that whole group, by the way. So, I was like, Octopus asked me for the 4 stereotypical party character, but really it's like a 7 party character for the stereotypical. But we're going in order ranking of how common it is, and that's the 4 that are main ones, and then the 5th one would be the tiefling player cow. So. I think Tank is an overweighter. I think the shots were fired. Tank, no. Tank's the human noble paladin player that everybody counts on. You know, no. When I talk about the self-identified Viking, No, it's like that guy is into dwarven metal, listens to a lot of, what is it, Windrose or whatever. Oh yeah. No, Tank's an anomaly, right? That's why he's dope. It's because he's the why does my Photoshop keep bouncing around like this? What the hell? What if I don't touch it for a second? Is it gonna bounce around again? Let me leave it for like oh, I wonder if my mouse was somehow... What the hell? That's so weird. What is going on in Photoshop? I'm so confused. Let me restart Photoshop real quick. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that will work. If not, whatever, I just won't use my mouse. I am restarting the program. You human paladin? Attaboy. Want your button stuck in your keyboard? That's what I was thinking, but I don't think so. Seems fine. All right, cool. Your shift key? Yeah, maybe. That's what I looked for that immediately, like first thing. The Shrine Spirit protect the tablet, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry. What's this, Ella? Hold on. Let me make sure. Discord. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ella. Okay. Pog champion. Okay, cool. With your background texture, I can't find any high res. So I really encourage people to make their own backgrounds. So all you have to do this, because if you make your own background, then you have like an original, like kind of unique background to you, and I think that's important. So all you need to do to get something similar to what I did is get a very high res picture of a canvas. So get your best camera you have, go take a picture of a canvas at like an art store or whatever if you don't have any. Pigeon Squad, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. So take a very high res photo of a canvas. And then all I did was I used sort of a brown overlay of clouds. That's right. These are actually clouds. All these little ink blotches and stains, they're a light opacity overlaying of clouds that create a bit of an ink splotch, and you can see how they kind of create these like ink bleeds on the edge, and then you just erase them around and keep layering, playing around with it and weathering it, and then you have something that's really truly your, you know, original kind of vibe. And I think that's way better than sort of using someone else's brushes or someone else's canvas or whatever. So if you like it, it's definitely super easy to make. It's not like some like super difficult to understand guarded secret or whatever. It's pretty chill actually, and then you get to sort of have one that you own and it's just unique to your art. And then yeah, I think it's way better. Like the background, thank you, I appreciate that. I heard cannabis and was like, okay, chill. I didn't say cannabis, I didn't say cannibals, I didn't say cannonballs, I said canvas. God, Steph activated, holy. All right, clouds and brushes and beautiful details. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to paint this in as far as whether I'm going to do like line work on it or not. No, I'm just going to paint over this line work when we do the background. So really the canvas texture is not really going to show through even on this, but it's nice to work on it because I'm just like used to it. And the sketch itself kind of has a neat vibe to it as well, which is fun. I think I want to do like a realm in the background, maybe. There you go. Good enough. So I can imagine this nice, like, big white kind of like glowing planet in the background. One of the worlds, maybe not Eldara, but one of the other various worlds of the realms. Mostly clouds, and then I got to do a couple of buildings to the bottom, I think, to help like kind of set the tone of the sage temples or whatever. Maybe like an obelisk or something as well. Lesiplu, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Honored to have you. And runes. I think runes are going to be an important part of this too. Is like, because Sage is really one of the big vibes of them is like delving through ancient runes and seeking forbidden knowledge and the whole like archaeological kind of pulpy fiction of going through these like strange places and finding forgotten secrets. Like definitely a vibe for sages, so I'll make sure that's like emphasized or whatever in their art for the class. The mods are harmless. Listen, they already who fed them today? B-Town and Nyx. I think they fed the mods today, so their rage, their fury has been satiated. What the fuck is this? What layer is that on? The hell? What was that? Weird. Okay. Yeah, and then I'll kind of be able to like give them really like natural light for this, and just maybe like a mystical kind of like bluish light also inside the temple, as if they're like inside a temple that is, you know. Atlas, good to see you. What's up? Not the I know the layers got me. The layers got me. You'd think that after this long I'd figure out how to properly manage my layers, but all I can do at this point is anticipate and try and prepare for my layer mishaps as best I can. So like I save multiple sort of like layers and stuff here and there so that I can hopefully have a copy when I accidentally draw on a different layer. Do the wrong thing. And yes, I am still avoiding drawing her gauntlet on her left hand because I don't know exactly what it's going to look like still. I might put it off until I actually start the line work phase. So I haven't even done a concept for it. Yeah, that's the next phase. Spellcaster mention reminds me of my Sims save. I should probably hop on it again at some point. I mean, why not? Yeah, if Sims had there's like a fantasy Sims where you played as like or you had like a adventurers guild or something, that'd be way more fun. I play the shit out of that. I play the ever-living shit out of that nonsense. Anticipation, mitigation, and big sigh. I mean, look. I've lost so many Photoshop files and deleted so much work by accident because I didn't properly back up or I didn't properly have settings set up or whatever, to the point where it's like at a certain, like if you can't avoid the mistake, at least you can like try and make sure that when you eventually make the mistake, you're not gonna like, you know, fully regret it or whatever, or have to pay for it really hard. Amazing drawing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Are you gonna paint the drawing? So I think so. There's a couple of like ways I could go about it. This is a very important piece that I feel like I need to take very seriously, and I could do a couple things for it. I could paint it like this, which is line work that I paint under, and this is most likely what I'm gonna do. So this process video is a character I did, but you could imagine how I do it for like a whole environment. You know, you can see that I have an under sketch that I then do line work on and I paint under it. So it's not really painting, it's more like coloring, and that's fine, but it's not a formal painting process. But I still think it looks pretty good, and it might serve my requirements for what I want right now. The other thing I could do is I could fully paint it out, or sorry, the second thing I could do is I could leave it sort of as a line work, grayscale, black and white thing. So in this piece, as soon as I finish the line work for each one of these 4 characters, I'll go in, or I went in and I used like kind of an ink wash like effect to give it depth and lighting like this, but still give it black and white, kind of like keep that like old school medieval kind of vibe. So that's the second thing I could do, and that would take the least amount of time. So that's great, and I have a lot of commissions right now to get to eventually. So that's another vibe that I could do. Or I could spend time to fully, where is Instagram? Spend time to fully paint it out, something more like this, which looks phenomenal, you know, or something like this comparatively to the others. I think it looks really good. But like to try and paint two characters in an environment with a background, it'd take the most amount of time. And so it's not that, do I want to put, if this is an important piece, like I said, why wouldn't I just go and do the most important, like, painting? The problem is that this is going to set the tone for how I handle concept art for my adventure. And if I'm committing to doing that amount of work for this, I'm kind of committing to do that amount of work of a full painting for like 5 other things. And I'm volunteering, you know, a long process for all these projects. So I'm still uncertain as to how I'm going to handle it. If I'm going to go color kind of halfway, go grayscale and kind of like, you know, the easiest one to manage, or if I'm going to go all the way and do crazy paintings for the class art and you know, backgrounds and player species and races you can pick and all those kind of things. And I'm just not entirely sure yet what I'm going to do. So if I start with spellcaster, and that save is I removed his spellcaster trait by a cheats. Oh no. Unfortunately I ended up with spellcaster anyway. Ah shit. You can't control that, right? What the fuck? Turia. What is that? What does that even mean? That's not even a TTS. Was it intentional? Thanks for 125 bits, man. I don't get it. I don't know. What am I missing? What am I supposed to interpret that as? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Like the black and white vibe. I do too, but I don't know, because I feel like a big component of these characters is trying to sell the fantasy of playing what they're called our astral sages. Trying to sell the fantasy of these mystical astral sages. I think color would be important because this is kind of a basis for how players are going to get a default look at an astral sage. Like this is the art that's going to be right at the top of the class page when I write the actual like mechanics and publish them in our Discord for how to play an astral sage. So this is going to be the first thing that a lot of players see that determines whether or not they want to play as an astral sage. And so, you know, I have other drawings of sages, like this is a sage that my wife played. This is her astral sage character, but it's more of a specific character, right? And less supposed to be an example of what your astral sage kind of vibe is. These are supposed to be a specific vibe for astral sages. Mystical, monk-like, wizard-like, kind of whatevers. And so I kind of feel like color in some ways is necessary. Oh, I forgot something here. It's kind of necessary because then you know how to sort of like form a color palette for your character. But then again, if I just treated everything in the black and white style, one, I could do more art overall, and sometimes quantity is better than quality when it comes to concept art. That's like a big thing for it. And I'm only a one-man team here building this world and building this adventure, so I have to be like conscious of that. And then also, you know, there's the whole side of it that's like how much are people going to use this as like a basis for building their sages versus how much do I want to put in that kind of work for the whole thing. So I don't know. Michael Fluffstar, thank you for the follow. That's a great name, by the way. Thank you. I went to the dentist today and I absolutely hated it. Well, I'm proud of you, Yote. I'm proud of you, dude. Yeah. The girl was looking, I felt like it was ripping my mouth off. Oh shit. I went for a serious dentist visit. Well, you survived. You braved it out. I'm proud of you. Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet what I'm gonna do. I might do the sort of the halfway point as a colored in sketch, but you are right. The black and white feels really nice. It kind of like has the most traditional classic RPG aesthetic that feels the most traditional, feels the most old school, feels the most connected to the roots of RPGs, which is really kind of like in a large way. One thing that I don't necessarily resent it, but I do think the Woods of the Coast is doing themselves a disservice by removing so much of the classic RPG aesthetic in the name of modern design, right? There's a lot of graphic design that Wizards of the Coast has made, choices they've made for Magic the Gathering and for Dungeons and Dragons that streamline and highlight it and do good design things better on a objective designer scale. Because like I used to be a graphic designer, that's why I did it before I was streaming and decided to do this full time. on an objective graphic design standpoint, Wizards of the Coast made a lot of correct moves with Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons to, you know, build a better user experience product. But with that perfecting of design or whatever, what they sacrifice in a small way is some of the soul. When you look at an old Dungeons and Dragons book and it looks like an old tome and it has like ink sketches inside of it and whatnot, you get this kind of feeling, this just like vibe of like, oh, this is cool, you know? But when you go to the design kind of like user experience UI type thing, then yeah, you kind of sap a little bit of the, you know, just a little bit of the soul. And I'm very conscious of that for Eldar, and I don't know really what to do there. So love your art. The whole fantasy style, so detailed, is amazing. Oh, dude, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. I'm honored. Yeah, shit. I appreciate that. So, and I'll show you what I mean. Like the old PHBs. Actually, yeah, I should just fucking show you. If you don't know, this is what a modern Dungeons and Dragons book looks like. So you go to the store, you buy, you decide you're going to be a Dungeons and Dragons player. Boom. This is it. I'll show you a bigger version here. Open image, a new tab. There we go. That's your player's handbook. Look at it. It's got a big giant on it. It's got nice clean text. Everything's really highlighted. You can see it. There's lots of good contrast between your text and the world and the art, and it's great. However, this is what I started with. And I'm very affectionate about it, not just because it's where I started, but because it inspired adventure. Let me find, oh, it's too big, small. Is that a bigger image? This should be bigger. New tab. That's not bigger. Damn it. Okay. We'll have to zoom in. So it's a bit low res, unfortunately, but you get the idea. So all the old 3.5 books were printed to look like tomes in the world. The Dungeon Master's Guide, the Player's Handbook, they all had this vibe to them, you know, and you can see some of the other ones here, some of the earlier editions. And if you search just books in general, you can see that they all had this, yeah, like the Book of Vile Darkness had like this bat wings aside it, and the Dungeon Master's Guide had this like, you know, globe, and it was made of this like kind of faux leather. Well, it's not faux leather, it's like actual dragon scale, but or dragon skin. But you get what I mean. So they all looked like kind of in world. You had the hinges on the book, and the kind of the spell compendium had like an ironclad edge to it. And they just felt really fantasy. And I think that although you could look at this book and you could look at this one and say, objectively, as a graphic designer, objectively, this is more clean and easier to communicate than, you know, this kind of like gold text on brown background. And that's fine. Like, sure, you can make the objective case for why it's better. But really, it's I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you lose a little bit of the soul in it. So I'm trying to always think about that. But, yeah. All right. So I think that's a bit where are we at? That's a bit of a ramble that I'll try and avoid, so I apologize for that. But something I want to do today is I want to send a raid off to a very important thing. It is a stream, but done by, if you guys are familiar, Tank Tolman and Scotty K, who are doing a Fallout charity stream D&D game, all right? And they're doing some amazing stuff over there as a charity for relief for the, I believe it's the victims of the fire in LA, which is pretty brutal. So we're gonna go over there and we're gonna raid them, okay? I'm just gonna send you guys over there and we're gonna share some love and some kindness and say what's up and hey, hello. So thank you for all the awesome ideas and stuff today. If you guys want to see the process videos, I'll be putting them in those links right there. Thank you, Thorkin. And we'll be chilling. We'll be talking about ideas tomorrow. It'll be the last stream of the week. So we'll probably like finish up some of this work and really get into it. But anyway, go over there. He's on a pretty big, pretty pog stream. So we'll go share some love and you know, Scotty's new to the D&D and RPG world. And obviously people love Tank and the whole crew. So And then also Quincy from Quincy's Tavern and people you might know from that sphere of things. So thank you for all the follows today. Welcome everybody new to the stream. Thank you for chilling with me today. I appreciate you guys. And I will see you later tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific. There it is. Fuck yeah. Anyway, y'all are amazing. You have some great ideas about cool stuff. Thank you for talking to me about your fantasy worlds and listening to me talk about my nonsense. So love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll send you off on the raid for now. And until next time, my friends, farewell.